I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education to order. If we can have Mr. Wilson lead us in the pledge.
Absolutely. Please stand. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We'll start off with the opening statement from the board president. The broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, Folsom Cordova Unified School District board members will be conducting open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will also be live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The public's health and well-being are top priorities for the Board of Trustees of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. Although the district is currently using Microsoft Teams as the standard video conferencing platform for controlled instructional and internal meetings, the FCUSD board meetings are open to the public and required hard mute and stop video features to keep the meeting safe and secure for all attendees. That considered, the district is proceeding with Zoom as the FCUSD board meeting video conferencing platform until Microsoft includes the required features to allow for public participation. Written comments were accepted until 3 o'clock today. These comments were emailed to the board prior to the board meeting for review and will not be read out loud during the meeting. At direction of the board, the superintendent will call roll to acknowledge the board received all electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to today's board meeting. I will add a quick apology to the public. We ran a little late on our closed session as we had a lot of topics that we needed to cover. I know it is an inconvenience to the public, to our students, and to our teachers. So I will accept full responsibility and apologize for our tardiness. I'm hoping that maybe next time around we can maybe start our closed session a little earlier to get through those items, give the board and staff a little chance to refresh and get you guys into the meeting room. So with that, I apologize. Superintendent, if you could please call roll.
Yes, Board Member Clark. Board Member Clark.
Here.
Board Member Short.
Here.
Board Member Reed.
Here.
Board Member Hoover.
Here.
Board Member Ranking.
Here.
Student Member Gallant.
Here.
All are accounted for.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll go with item 5, reporting out of closed session.
Yes, item 3C, the board gave direction to council.
Right, thank you. Item 6, adoption of agenda.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Board Member Clark. Board Member Short.
Yes.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Yes.
Board Member Gallant.
Aye.
6-0.
All right, thank you. Item number 7, public participation. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. Are there any public participation?
Not at this moment, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. All right. Item number 8, reports of, reports of district organizations. Student Advisory Board.
Good evening. We are currently waiting to hear back from admin as to how SAB will function this year. However, we are optimistic that SAB will play an integral role in providing feedback of distance learning or other topics that will be useful for the board.
Thank you, ma'am. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Koligian. This is Rob Thomas, chapter president. Tonight we will be discussing educational technology. Since I've been a technician with the district for 18 years, I wanted to provide my perspective. When I started, we had 11 people in our department. We supported about 5,000 devices, most of which were simple desktop PCs with basic software. Today, we support well over 30,000 devices of various types. These devices include Windows desktops, Windows laptops, MacBooks, iPads, Apple TVs, Chromebooks, Chromeboxes, IP phones, 3D printers, assistive technology, projectors, sound systems, smart boards, interactive smart TVs, document cameras, robotics, and much, much more. That's about a 600% increase in devices. Similarly, we've had an increase in the network infrastructure to support all of these devices, and we've had an explosion of software that is used on these devices. So we've had about a 600% increase in the demands put on our ETIS department over the past 2 decades. In that same time frame, our staffing has gone from 11 people to 16 people. That's about a 45% increase. So if our goal is to have an outstanding educational technology department to support our ever-increasing needs, we need to look at investing in our ETIS staff. That investment will go directly to supporting our students, our teachers, and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, Dr. Koligian and members of the board. Well, we're just 12 days into the school year, and yet honestly, it feels like it's been so much longer than that. Our teachers are finding new and innovative ways to connect with their students. Some are trying the flipped classroom approach to maximize the time they have to actually help students with their work and connect with their social emotional needs. Teachers are getting to know their students through virtual All About Me presentations. They're taking time to talk to one another and share. Elementary teachers are finding Seesaw to be a valuable platform for these tasks, and students are really enjoying it too. But despite those successes, there is another side to our journey into distance learning. I've spent time every day with teachers in tears since we've started school. They're frustrated with technology failures and platforms that are not user-friendly. They're sad for their students, and they want to be sure that they can reach every one of them. They're exhausted from working late into the night to prepare comprehensive lessons and feeling like they just can't get ahead. Everything that we once knew to work and were proficient at isn't applicable in the distance learning environment. Our teachers so look forward to the day when they can be with their students in person. But for now, they're reimagining everything that they know to make sure their students are receiving a quality education. They're giving countless hours of time away from their own children and their families to ensure this. FCEA did a quick survey this week about the hours spent after school on a variety of tasks, and I did email you that report, but I'm going to give just a short summary. On preparation time for asynchronous learning, creating content, packets, etc., 85% of our members spend 3 or more hours per week, and 11% spend 1 to 3 hours per week. Watching videos to learn about the different platforms and get proficient, 41% spend 3+ hours a week, 41% 1 to 3 hours. returning parent emails and doing family outreach, 39%, 3 or more hours a week, 43%, 1 to 3 hours. Meetings, which include staff, PLC, IEPs, those type of meetings, 41%, 3+ hours a week, 48%, 1 to 3 hours a week. And then lastly, grading and feedback, 55% spend 3 or more hours a week, and 30% spend 1 to 3 hours per week. Our teachers are dedicated to doing whatever they can to make distance learning successful. But given these hours, I'm seriously concerned about burnout at a level that we've never seen it before. This illustrates the reason why we had asked for Mondays to be used as teacher preparation time. There are a myriad of tasks involved in producing curriculum, lessons, and videos for both synchronous and asynchronous learning time. This is in addition to all of the meetings and everything else that I outlined. That dedicated time would allow teachers to collaborate and share their expertise with each other. It would allow them to work smarter and not harder. I would ask that we revisit this idea in light of this data and set our teachers and ultimately our students up for the success that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Mr. Clark, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, sir.
Hi. Hello, and thank you for having me, Superintendent Clegane and board members. This is Jonathan Johnson, president of the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize and celebrate some amazing leaders that work right here in our district. Mike Shepard was recently featured on the cover of EdCal, which is a weekly editorial for AXA, featuring educational topics. His excellent work in human resources was highlighted there. Mr. Shepard was the State Administrator of the Year for Human Resources through AXA last year. And in recent years, Principal Lori Emmington and Assistant Superintendent Catherine Alleman were also Administrator of the Year award recipients. Some other leaders within our district that are doing amazing work representing our district in AXA Region 3 are again Mike Shepard, who serves as the Vice President of Finance on AXA Region 3 Board, Elena Cabrera, who serves as Vice President of Membership on the Region 3 Board, Alicia Cadell serves as the Career and Technical Education Council for AXA Region 3, and again, Principal Lori Emmington serves as the Secondary Educational Council for AXA Region 3. These are but a few of the many examples of the exemplary leaders working within our district. I wanted to take a moment to recognize them and all their hard work and dedication to our district. Thank you for allowing me to share these accomplishments. Our team of leaders serve as examples in our field, pursuing equity and educational excellence. They make our district proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Thank you, President Clark and board members and Superintendent Kaligian. We don't have a report tonight. However, we are looking at a meeting later next week to support the learning continuity and attendance plan, and I will have an update at our next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 9, agenda consent.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to pull something from consent.
All right.
Here, sorry, pulling up the number. I believe it is 9K, approved memorandum of understanding with the Folsom Cordova Education Association.
It is item 9K. Go ahead and discuss that.
Can you adopt the agenda, though?
We can adopt, yes, let's go ahead and make a motion to adopt that and then discussion on item 9K.
I'll move to adopt with that item pulled.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hoover, second by Ms. Ranking. Superintendent?
Yes, Board Member Clark. Board Member Short.
Yeah.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Yes.
And Student Member Galan.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So item 9K, approved memorandum of understanding with the Folsom Cordova Education Association, FCEA. Superintendent?
Yes, this item talks about one of the MOUs that was agreed to for the charter school staffing with our FCEA group. And Mr. Ogden can answer any specific questions that Mr. Hoover may have.
Thank you. So I just, first of all, thanks to Don and Superintendent for all your work on this MOU. I just had one clarifying question. In section 2, under recitals in the first section, number 2, the agreement states that as a result, it will only be providing distance learning to its students for the foreseeable future, referring to the school year this year. I read this, I think as intended, which is not to lock us into any form of learning for the entire school year. And I just want to clarify that that's the case.
That's a correct interpretation. The purpose of this MOU is to address the return rights of our employees that were impacted by the moving to the charter school, as we had a shifting of staffing that occurred at the beginning of the school year. So it allows staff to be able to return to their original site, and also keeps seniority in place, and also protects the charter school staff and their positions. So this really was really addressing the impacts and effects of the employees that were moved. It is not meant to be a document that governs how long distance learning will last.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. I'll move to adopt the MOU.
I'll second it.
All right, moved by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Yes. Board Member Clark? Board Member Short?
Yes.
Board Member Reed?
Aye.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
Yes.
Student Member Gallant?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right, thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and close our open session and open up our public hearing. It would be item 10A, public hearing, intent to grant an easement to Sacramento Municipal Utilities District at the Educational Services Center. Superintendent?
Yes, this public hearing allows for the public to comment on an easement at the ESC for our Sacramento Municipal Utility District, or SMUD, to be able to access that easement for either utility work or infrastructure work periodically.
All right. With that being said, any comments from the public?
Not at this time, Mr. Clark.
All right, back to the board. Any comments, questions?
President Clark?
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, when I was looking at the appendices to the agreement, it looks like the easement is right along Berkmont, just off of the public right of way. Is that correct?
Mr. Washington, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, that is correct. It is just off the easement, off the front of the right-of-way, based adjacent to Berkmont Drive and around the corner, heading up towards the church.
So is this easement to service the ESD, or is it to service future development in the area?
It could be both. There's a business park that is in that area as well, and there are utilities running through that serve both the ESC and future development.
So right now, is there no utilities in that space, and they're going to place utilities, or are they currently operating without an easement?
No, there is utilities there.
So they're operating without an easement currently?
Correct. This was my understanding at the time this was constructed, there was a verbal agreement for utilities in there. It came to the attention of SMUD later on that there was not an easement in place. So this is memorializing and making sure there's an easement in place for any of these services that are necessary in the future.
Is there any limitation as to what they can do in that easement area? Like, would they be putting, or would they have the capability of putting over, in the air, lines, or is it written in such a way that the lines will always be underground? Or could they hypothetically put a cell tower on the easement?
No, a cell tower would go through a cell tower company. It would not go through SMUD. So that would be a different approval process. The easement all the lines are underground and typically are underground. anything overground would include a separate approval as well.
And is there, if there's any disturbance to the ground, I assume they have to restore it to the prior appearance. So if they have to dig up the lawn, I assume they're going to have to put it back in. Is that
Exactly. Any type of easement requires that any type of disruption requires it to put it back into its original condition.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other final comments from the board?
I move it.
It's actually just public hearing.
Just public hearing.
Okay, then we don't.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
You can move it then.
Yeah. With that being said, we'll go ahead and close our public hearing and open our open session. All right. So now we're up to item 11. Discussion action item, distance learning and video conference platform update. Superintendent?
Yes, this evening we have a follow-up presentation for the board based upon board's request to survey our staff and our students. And I want to thank Ali Gallant for her work on helping us draft the student survey, which then we mirrored the parent survey to the student survey. So Ali, thank you to you and your team for doing that. So we'll have results of the survey. And a lot of the questions that we talked about at last meeting and additional questions were able to be answered at an informational night that we hosted on Microsoft Teams live meeting on Monday evening, the 24th. So we had some robust discussion about different platforms and answered additional questions. Survey results went out after that. And we'll have results to share with you in this presentation, as well as other technology updates on outstanding tech tickets, other questions that the board has asked us to address in the presentation. So Mr. Wilson will be starting us with the presentation, and Pam Oyen and David Stone will follow up on more of the tech-specific questions. Mr. Wilson, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Koligian. As Dr. Koligian mentioned, we're going to be discussing the platform information update, the survey information results, and then the technology updates. So spoiler alert, the results for one major question are coming next. So next slide, please. I guess the next slide after that. But let's talk about this for a moment. A little recap. So the previous staff recommendation to the board was to utilize Microsoft Teams for the video conferencing platform for the district. Staff was directed by the board to facilitate surveys during this week, as well as holding an informational night, as Dr. Koligian mentioned, Monday night, in which we were able to show some of the rationale behind the decision of moving towards Teams, and then answer many of the questions through thought exchange that were coming up from the public. Next slide, please. So how many numbers did we hit on the survey? So 3 surveys went out, and again, student board member Gallant was instrumental in sending out the student survey and coming up with the questions. The staff survey, we had over 790 responses. The student survey garnered 5,381 responses, and the family survey was almost 3,300 responses. So as we go through the survey, we do reference those numbers a few times, but again, wanted to show the vast information that we were able to collect through these 3 different surveys that went out. Next slide, please. So this slide will show up again later on in the presentation, but the number one question out there was, which video conferencing platform would you prefer to use for distance learning? And you can see I'm looking at staff, student, and parent. And again, this slide will come up again in the evening, later on in the presentation, and we will dive into a little bit more detail about each one of these pie charts. So as you can see, the 2 top colors there are red being Zoom and blue being Microsoft Teams. Google Meets is the orange or yellow color that you'll see the little thin slice of pie. Larger percentages had no preference, and some had it was not applicable to their role, and you'll see that in the staff version. Next slide, please. So in the staff survey, let's discuss that a little bit. And again, the question was, which video conferencing platform would you prefer to use for distance learning? 790 responses. And so the next few slides are going to break down what made up staff. And so next slide, please. So what is your role as a staff member? And you'll see the vast majority, almost 70%, were certificated staff, with 26.6 being classified, and then management were the 3 largest pieces of the pie there. Next slide. So we decided to break up those into those three categories to decide of management, of certificate, and of classified, which section of video platform would you prefer? And as you can see here, the certificated staff, a total 549 responses. Zoom came in at 44.4%, with Microsoft Teams at 37.2%, and 13.8% of the staff surveyed for certificated had no preference. Next slide, please. This is the classified breakdown. And again, Zoom came out at 41%, with Microsoft Teams at 32.9%, and 15.2% with no preference. Next slide. Management, Microsoft Teams came out at 62.5% and 25% for Zoom, and no preference change colors on this one, but it is at 8.3% of management had no preference on video conferencing platforms. Next slide, please. Oh, this is it. And other staff. So 7 people, again, Zoom came out at 57.1 and Microsoft Teams at almost 43%. We're going to move into, the next there were a lot of questions asked. Well, in the staff survey were fewer questions, but the parents and students, there were about 70 different graphs between all of this. So we grabbed the ones that were basically, which platform did you want to use? We did dive down for staff knowledge and for other purposes, and we do have those results. But for tonight's purposes about answering that question, we narrowed down to some of the bigger questions. And one of the bigger questions for staff was, are you concerned about the possibility of switching platforms at this point during the year? And you can see it's a pretty even split of half the teachers or half the staff are concerned and half the staff are not concerned about switching at this time. Next slide, please. So the students and family survey were very similar questions. And again, thank you to Board Member Gallant. When we were formulating the family questions, we really used her survey as the lead to guide those similar questions. So we were asking our students and our families very similar questions. And you'll see that we put these side by side so you can understand again who we asked or who they were representing. So of the over 5,000 student responses, you can see actually a fairly even distribution between elementary school, middle school, and high school. And over on the parents, very similar distribution, actually, with elementary school coming in a little heavier, and which makes sense because a lot of our younger kids, they needed their families to respond to the charts there. So let's get into find out what they preferred. So next slide, please. The next question we asked students and family was, I feel comfortable navigating the platforms that are used for distance learning. And as you can see, the students was an 87.8% overwhelmingly, we feel comfortable. And the families were at an 80%, with about almost 20% stating not feeling comfortable right now navigating the platforms that were being used for distance learning. Next slide, please. So here's the similar question we asked for staff was, what video conferencing platform would you prefer to use for distance learning? And the students came out with almost 44% Microsoft Teams with a 31% Zoom. And the families were similar at 43% Microsoft Teams and 22% Zoom. And a large group of the families, they didn't have a preference, which again makes sense because oftentimes they're not the ones daily interacting on the platform. It's the students and the staff. With some families who have some insight into that, but the older students, of course, are navigating this on their own. Next slide, please. All right, is this I'm looking to see if this is the next one. It looks like a similar slide. Thank you.
Do you want me to go to the next slide, Curtis?
Please,
this is
yeah,
slide 16.
This is it, huh? Oh, all right. Let's go back one, Kelly. I'm so sorry. I was reading it the wrong one. So again, this is a similar slide that we started the presentation with, which was that one major question, which video conferencing platform would you prefer? And you can see that staff had a different answer than students and then parents. But again, looking at those pie charts, there's not a huge discrepancy between the platforms right now. Staff is 43 and 36%, students is 31 and 44. And the parents was actually, that's the biggest discrepancy between Zoom and Microsoft Teams. And again, that no preference does play a role in all of these on both sides, going in the direction that the board can absolutely take a look at and see. So kind of to summarize things on the next slide, the majority of staff opted for Zoom, which I just mentioned. The majority of students and parents opted for Microsoft Teams, and there was no landslide. And what I was mentioning earlier, not a clear 80-20 across the board on these things. Significant respondents had no preference, which will use whatever platform is recommended. And significant respondents also listed security and privacy as important to extremely important. That was one of the questions that was in the survey for all three groups. And then based on several of the comments, regardless of where decision goes, more training is absolutely desired by faculty and staff on all platforms that we're using, and especially from this point moving forward. Next slide, please. So rationale, and this rationale, that these 6 bullet points come straight from the town hall meeting when staff was giving a presentation about the reasons we originally went with Microsoft Teams. And I'm not going to read through them all again, but a lot of it was security. A lot of it was the interaction with our student information system. And security comes up numerous times in this. And some of it was features, which we have discussed numerous times at board meetings. Some were fixed, some are still waiting. So again, a rationale has not changed from the last time. And the recommendation, based on the survey information, staff still continues to recommend staying with Microsoft Teams as the supported video platform for our district. Next slide. And the next topic we're going to discuss is the technology updates and the tickets that the board requested we bring back information for. And I'm going to turn this over to Pam Elliott and David Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Dr. Koligian and board members. Kelly, if we could go to the next slide. The first summary we'd like to share with you is we have a parent-student support request form that since the start of school, we have had 4,152 requests for support. This is as about 9 a.m. this morning. That represents about 2,700 unique users that have made requests. As of today, we have just over 1,500 of those that we have confirmed resolved. Around 800 where we are waiting for a response back. Folks have either been emailed or phone calls have been made, and we're waiting for them to confirm that either there's still an issue or that the issue has been resolved. And right now we have about 445 where we have contact in process. A couple other numbers I wanted to just share around these tickets is 2/3 of these all came in during the first 3 days of school. And in the last week, since last Wednesday, with the exception of one day, we've had fewer than 100 new requests each day since last Wednesday. Kelly, could you move to the next slide, please? This slide kind of summarizes our staff support requests. So these come in through our established Happy Fox system, which is our staff work order system. And this data represents requests that have come in since August 6th, which the first day that staff were technically back, that teachers were technically back. And we've had 1,532 requests come into that system. As of this morning, 709 were completed. 294 were in progress, and we currently have 529 open tickets. Just to note that additional work that's not reflected in the Happy Fox system, but that was also taking place between the August 6th date and current and today, was we've deployed over 300 new laptops to teachers, 700 plus hotspots to families. Our technicians, in addition to working on these work orders, have been providing in-classroom support for teachers around AV, peripherals, computers, everything, and supporting sites in the deployment of Chromebooks. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Ed Short. I have one question. What is our total universe? I know we have about approximately 20,000 students engaging every day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have about 1,000 teachers. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the total percentage of the universe, would you say that there's a level of customer service satisfaction? I know it's the first 3 days was not very good, but now we're continually improving. Does that say that this a lot of success and a lot of engagement happening overwhelming over the complaints?
I think that the number, when we look at the numbers of what we have accomplished with the, our 8 technicians in the field and 2 system admins, is quite substantial. And when we're having, we're trying to make sure that we make contact with, on the parent side, that we get an affirmative contact with them to make sure that everything is resolved. And so we're having some of the additional support people on loan to us right now from other departments, making phone calls and continuing to call back until we can make sure that everything is resolved for that student. So I think we're working as hard as we can and as quickly as we can to get things as resolved as fast as we can.
So could you easily say you get 95% engagement to satisfied students and parents out there?
I would have to calculate the numbers to say, to say a percentage, but I think that parents are very appreciative when we're making the phone calls and making the emails to try and confirm that everything is okay, and are responding back saying, thank you for checking in, everything's fine.
Right. So technically, school's open, we're operating. You wouldn't consider this considerably dysfunctional or a crisis mode that we have to completely shut down or flip flop.
We're entering the time, especially with our requests coming in into the Happy Fox system, to things that we would consider a normal beginning of the year issues, where we are dealing with a student with an account issue in one of the platforms that they access, or a teacher with an account issue in one of the platforms that they access. We're down into the tickets, especially coming into the Happy Fox system, to things that I would consider more usual to the start of school.
So a lot of the tickets were maybe connectivity, was it hotspots, internet? Because I went out to my community here and went to actual homes and talked to different students from very young age to high school. And I did a survey myself. They said 4 out of 5 teachers were doing really great, and they didn't really. Microsoft Teams was fine, and there was the one teacher was struggling, and so it was like 4 out of 5, and they seemed to be pretty content. I don't have a bunch of in my community people knocking on my door really dissatisfied. So it appears that would you say that you just don't have enough resources right now to keep up with the ticket numbers to get that total satisfaction to where you want to be? Is that would be a easy statement to say? Could you use more resources?
The answer to that is yes. Yes. So if we have some excellent staff on loan to us from other departments who are definitely working hard. If we had more technical staff right now than we currently have, then our numbers would have been higher in terms of resolution.
Resolution quicker too.
Yes.
Okay. That's one of the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Clark? Hello. Can I, hi, Pam.
Hi.
Ms. Ranking.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for sharing the presentation that was available Monday night. So the board got answers to a lot of the questions that were answered that night. So that was very helpful in advance of the meeting. One of the things that I remain concerned about with Teams, and I appreciate the security issues and understand the importance of that. The only thing that I think is a big hole right now is not having the breakout room opportunities with Microsoft. I'm sorry, that Zoom provides. And I believe the answer was it was coming in September or October. Is there an option for our teachers maybe to use Zoom to facilitate those type of discussions while we utilize Microsoft Teams, or are we opening up the possibility for problems overall? Is there a workaround in Microsoft Teams that people are using or that perhaps they don't know about that they could use to facilitate this?
Microsoft Teams does have a workaround for breakout rooms, and the one limitation on it right now is that it doesn't allow for the number of breakout rooms that Zoom will, or for the number that from what we're seeing the Teams breakout rooms option will. So it's the channel option is limited to 4 channels at this time. So it does limit the teachers in that they can only divide the students up into 4 groups at this time. Having an option of utilizing Zoom for the breakout rooms kind of brings up 3 concerns. One is the security concern. 2 is the ability to use the free Zoom accounts will be gone any moment, and so we would need to provide a paid Zoom account for those folks. And 3 is we definitely encountered a lot of challenges in the spring supporting teachers on multiple platforms. And having staff having to troubleshoot and support teachers doing things on multiple platforms.
And can you clarify, were we looking at September or October?
Well, we've been
told Microsoft. Yeah.
We've been told September.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranking. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. What are the current wait times for teachers to get IT support? So if today, not last week, not the first week of school, but if a teacher were to submit a work order or a request for help today, how long do you think that will take to process through?
Considering that we still have, several hundred tickets that have come in that we're working through, it kind of depends upon the issue. Some issues are very quick to be able to resolve, and others where if it's an issue where we have a couple instances where in terms of teachers accessing a particular curriculum platform, we're having to engage with the vendor because the issue's not on our end, it's with data going to the vendor. And all of the vendors are very busy and inundated with requests now too. So the answer is kind of, it depends upon the issue.
And you also field questions from students as well, is that correct?
Through the parent and student request form, yes.
And is that the same type of timeline for getting a response as well, or is one prioritized over the other?
Right now, what we're prioritizing is access issues. So when we look at requests on the parent request form, one of the things that we saw a little bit in the spring is because that form is there as a venue to put requests or questions in, sometimes things come in that are not necessarily technology issues, but more requests or things that are not prioritizing high. For example, we have some parents putting in support requests on needing support in getting access to the parent portal, the PowerSchool parent portal. And we would prioritize a teacher who could not access a program or a student who could not access a program for curriculum above the parent portal request. So when we're looking at the request, we're asking everyone that's looking at them to prioritize access issues right now to make sure all of our teachers and our students have access to all of the platforms that they need. And then we can start digging down into other things.
I've heard, varying stories or varying, I should say, accounts where some students literally have not had a single problem, and some students have had continuous problems. And I guess the same thing kind of goes for teachers as well. Have you been tracking the devices that they're using? In other words, is it possible that some of the problems that we're facing are people that are using older technology? Maybe it's an older Chromebook that's near end of life, and the students that are having no problems might be using Chromebooks that went online this year or last year. Is that something that you're tracking to see if there's any common thread that ties the complaints together?
That hasn't been anything that has come up. In terms of, we haven't yet identified any common thread around the device model. All of the Chromebooks out in the hands of our students, with the exception of the 720s from last year, with some sites are swapping out. So we might have a handful of students that still have 720s as sites are making sure that they've gotten all of those in and given a new or newer Chromebook to those students. that would be the only device issue that we know exists. And there's still some out there where sites are trying to get families to come in and swap those out so that we can get new devices in their hands. Other than that, we haven't identified a platform issue.
Okay. Just to confirm, I mean, I've read various news accounts from all over the country, at least for the districts that are back in school already. It appears, but at least from what I read, that all the platforms have had varying degrees of issues. Some maybe more, and some perhaps maybe less. But I know someone emailed me an article that I guess the Zoom platform collapsed the other day. But I mean, Teams had the same problem a week and a half ago. So is that a fair statement that there isn't necessarily a perfect platform right now?
I would say that's a fair statement. I think that even in addition to the video conferencing platforms, we have reports from surrounding districts on different platforms, crashing. In our district alone, the Clever portal, which is used by lots of districts, was down on Monday for a brief time. On Tuesday, Benchmark, which is our elementary ELA program, had an issue. So I think all of the platforms that districts use are going to struggle a bit when everyone comes back online as they learn to manage all that capacity.
And I know you interact, you and David interact with your colleagues from other districts. When you discuss issues regarding the platforms that they're using and the problems they're experiencing, I mean, do they give you any thoughts? Do they indicate, oh yeah, we love Zoom, you should switch? Are they,
Every district we talk to is struggling in some respect in terms of their platforms and their issues. It may be unique to them, but every district is having some sort of issues with platforms.
And then my final question is tutorials. Have we placed tutorials on our website that both students and teachers could access, whether it's, I guess, canned tutorials that already exist, or tutorials that our IT staff create to show how to problem solve certain issues. Have we done that?
We do have resources posted for parents out on the website. And as we've been gathering some information about questions that have come in, we've been looking at additional resources to post out there to help parents. Like for example, one thing that was posted out there was how to make sure that the Chrome OS on the Chromebook was as updated as possible, because when they're off for several months, it's often not. And so as questions come in, we're curating more resources like that we can put out there. And also for staff on the internal resource website for teachers, which is accessible to all staff, not just teachers. We have resources that, based on questions that have come in, we've either refined resources or posted more resources out there and continue to do so.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
President, I got some follow-on questions.
Board Member Short.
Just to piggyback on Mr. Reed's question about Zoom, there are several things I heard, and just to verify, there was a bombing in the Fresno School District. So the security issue is one of the differences I noticed in the matrix that you provided. Would it be safely said that Microsoft's team has a more robust security system to prevent that type of bombing, like what happened in the Fresno District, where kids could be bombed with some really inappropriate information and traumatize them for the rest of their life? Would you say Microsoft team is more superior in that area than versus Zoom at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so that was one of the decision metrics I've used. Also, in some of the things at PowerSchool for loading up, I've heard there were some problems with PowerSchool synchronization with Microsoft's team. Is that the biggest component? I know Zoom doesn't have that ability of integration, but Microsoft's team is. I hear that. Is it still problematic for Microsoft's team to do download the folks that are the students that are actually registered, and does that help us with the attendance, and does that help us overall? And I hear sometimes it's cumbersome. Where are we at on the PowerSchool synchronization?
Because of a bug, it was off for a period last week, but as of Friday, we turned it back on, and it's been working as intended since last Friday, adding students into classes and managing any new classes that are added and any shifts in classes.
Okay, that's good. And as far as Zoom crashing, I found a map actually that shows, and just like Mr. Reed said, a lot of platforms are not perfect out there, but Zoom actually crashed or was down not only twice this week, but there's a map. The hotspot was actually California for some reason. I don't know why, but it shows a red, kind of sporadic. What causes these type of platforms to crash like that? Is it just overcapacity, server issues? Is Zoom just not ready for big time capacity? Because it was originally just a free, open type of platform. When the pandemic hit, it was just free and everybody used it. And so, what is it that causes that? Is it capacity, interconnection? What makes it so bad?
I can't speak to exactly what caused these Zoom issues, but often it is the capacity. Several news articles around all of the platform issues have been that every week more students come back to school. So more load is placed on all of these platforms.
So also in your decision making, so Zoom is you said earlier that's not going to be free anymore, so it's going to start charging us for like $60,000 just to get started, and it's limited to only 2 weeks of backup video recording. Can you explain that a little bit?
So in March, when our current situation started, Zoom was gracious enough to offer all teachers free accounts with an extended rights to those free accounts that had more privileges. Like the one of the limitations on free accounts prior to that was that you couldn't host a meeting that was longer than 40 minutes, and so they changed some of those settings. They've been advertising for quite a while now that was going to be cut off at any minute. So that would be a challenge to utilize a free Zoom account. And also with the free Zoom accounts, there are zero things that we can do to help put any layers of security on the use of the product. So in any instance with Zoom, one, the free account would not suffice for teachers. Two, there's zero security that we can lay over the top of it. And the part of the cost is the ability for teachers to be able to do recordings and then have those accessible in the cloud. And that would give us, with the price of $60,000, would give us about 2 weeks worth of storage to be able to have teachers do that. And after that, teachers would begin having to delete or download recordings.
Wow, that's monumental. And as far as Zoom goes, the cost could rise on the storage. Is that correct? I mean, because only 2 weeks, that's not very much for.
It could, or it would require teachers to download videos and post them in a different manner.
Yeah. Okay. That's a really good summation. Would you say that if it was possible, if we could provide you more resources to catch up on that, would that be help with some of the solutions?
I think that Mr. Stone and I would welcome more resources.
I don't touch it. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. President, I've got a few.
Mr. Hoover?
So following up on Ed's question from earlier, Curtis, I don't know if Curtis is there, but I had asked last meeting about, engagement statistics, and just, depending on how we're tracking those, I assume we're tracking those via Teams or something, or I guess through Seesaw or some other mechanism. But I was just wondering if we did have kind of some preliminary numbers on how many of our students are engaging in classes on a regular basis.
And we are working on getting that a little bit more formalized right now. We're still finishing up the reaching out to students that have not shown up, which is typically the first 3 days of school in the normal situation, but it's gone up a little bit. It's taken us longer at this point in the current climate that we're in, but our schools are each tracking their, we're two different sides of the coin here. One, tracking who have we spoken to, who have we not spoken to, and why, and do we know why? And then two, how is the engagement in classes going? And we'd love to get you that data when we have it all compiled, but it is taking us a little bit longer this year due to kind of where we're at right now and all of the movement that took place.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Yeah, as soon as that's available, would love to see it, but also to, I think the board, a presentation of the board would be great as well.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. I think my next question was, I know this got touched on a little bit at the information night on Monday, but I know that one of the biggest problems with Teams, at least for a lot of folks, is the difference in how it is, the features that are available depending on what device you use. I know there was some discussion about maybe updating the Chromebooks with the app that actually gives you more features, and maybe a pilot. So what is the timeline on that for when students can see those features?
So our intention would be to start working on that pilot next week. And what we'd like to do is identify a couple school sites and grade levels, like perhaps a fifth grade at one school site and perhaps a middle school and eighth grade, to be able to push the apps down to those devices. So we have a set group of students that we can get that pilot out to and make sure that everything is functioning well on those devices with the app, and then start to push it out to all of the Chromebooks.
So, I mean, assuming the pilot goes well, I mean, are we thinking like a month maybe, or what do you think would be a reasonable expectation?
If the pilot goes well, and I would say we would probably want maybe like a week or so, and Mr. Stone might have additional thoughts on this. We would probably want a week or so of making sure that we, had everything going well, and then potentially looking at rolling it out to, certain schools. If it went very well, then it could go very quickly.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify on your point about Pam, about Zoom, the free version going away. When you say that, you're referring to the teacher's free version that was offered in the spring. You're not referring to the 40-minute free version that everyone has access to, correct?
What I'm referring to is the options that Zoom gave to teachers with part of that free version. So when teachers created free accounts in the spring, they gave them additional pieces that normally would be paid for. And that's what Zoom is saying that they're going to start limiting again.
Got it. That makes sense. I just wanted to clarify that. Is there a timeline on that for when Zoom is getting rid of those?
They've been advertising since the start of school that was going to go away. And in asking, they won't give a date, but they keep saying that it's going to go away.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Good to know. I guess my last question would be, and I think, after seeing the survey results, first of all, thank you for everyone that put into the work in to get those surveys out. I'm still hearing a lot of concerns about Teams. I obviously think, there's some security concerns with Zoom as well. So there is no perfect platform here, but, given the survey results are pretty mixed, to be honest with you. I guess my question is there, I saw today that a number of school districts have allowed their teachers to use two different platforms and basically give the option to their teachers on what platform that they use. I think that would be a pretty reasonable compromise here, if as opposed to a district-wide mandated platform. So I guess my question would be, is there a reason that we can't just give that option to the teachers to use the platform that they feel most comfortable with or that has the features that they need? Where, as we can see from the survey, a lot of them will still use Teams. And is there a reason we couldn't do something like that, like these other districts have implemented?
I think that kind of parallels the question Ms. Ranking asked, and I think three areas of concern. One, we would need to provide paid Zoom accounts for anyone that was going to do that. Two, it does spread us to having to support more platforms for teachers. And three, it does have the security concerns still remain.
Okay, but assuming that we could, Teams is obviously already free, so there's no additional cost there. But had we gone to an all Zoom, for example, or if we went to all Zoom, we'd obviously have to pay a certain amount for that. Would there be a way to pay less for the teachers that just wanted to opt into Zoom, as opposed to going Zoom district-wide, for example?
The cost that we shared was for district-wide Zoom. So anything less than that would cost less.
Okay. I think that's very helpful. I still think that an option would be good, but I will hold any further comments until after public comment.
President, I have another question.
Board Member Short.
I was doing some, I've heard that Microsoft Teams has a much bigger capacity. I think it goes up to 10,000, something like that. Zoom, we struggle with 300. What's the difference between the paid Zoom versus the Microsoft? Microsoft has huge scalability with integration and all that kind of stuff. What's the difference between those two right now?
So there's two different versions of Microsoft Teams, and one is the version that we're using for our classes right now, which currently has the capacity, I think, for 250 and is moving to 300. And then the version of Microsoft Teams that we used for the town hall on Monday night is Teams Live, and that's the version that has the capacity for up to 10,000. But that's not what we're using in the classroom. Yeah. And I think the capacity for an individual room in Zoom is comparable to what Microsoft Teams is.
So for town hall meetings and board meetings, Microsoft Teams has a lot more capacity.
That version has a lot more capacity, yes.
Nice, okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Board Member Gallant.
My questions were answered. I have no questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Well, with that being said, I have quite a few, obviously. I appreciate the board asking some of the questions that I have written down. I actually crossed those off, but we were talking about breakout rooms, and you said that the soonest that could be done is September sometime. Is there an approximate date in September? First week, second week?
We don't have an exact date.
That worries me. So it could possibly flow into October, maybe.
We don't have an exact date. We're being told September right now.
Okay, well, we were told a lot of things on the date of updates and everything else like that. I just want to look for a little consistency on that to make sure that, if we're going to go with this thing, that we get what was promised. The syncing, I think, was brought up by Mr. Short, but we are able now to sync with PowerSchool. Did we get that bug fixed?
Yes. We've been, yep.
Okay, so you don't see any glitches coming down the pipe, right?
None that we're anticipating at this time.
Okay, can we go to page 20? Student support and the request and everything, and it looked like, I'm going to try to do my fuzzy math here. You had 2,786 users making requests. You had 1,533 that were resolved. Oh, blah, 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 blah. 1,256 unresolved. What's the timeline on getting those resolved?
So the ones that the 808, we've reached out to families either via email or phone and are waiting for responses back. And we have a couple of the staff on loan to us spending all day long reaching out to parents. So in some cases, they're making second phone calls to confirm that indeed it's resolved. What they're reporting back to Mr. Stone and I is the majority of time when they're getting a hold of someone in the home, they're reporting that the issue is resolved.
Okay, so they are resolved, and that's easy to figure out, right? So the contact in progress, 455. When do you see a timeline of those being resolved? I mean, are they easy fixes, hard fixes? I mean, what are they?
Those are families that we haven't yet reached out to. We have 2 people all day long doing nothing but making phone calls to families on that list, in addition to our technicians working on the student requests that are things that when we get responses back that there are things that still need to be addressed. Our technicians are working on that. So they're making phone calls all day, every day, reaching out to families. So as some of those phone calls are made, we anticipate finding out that those issues are resolved now.
Okay, so it's just a matter of getting in contact with those parents and
correct,
reaching out to them. Okay, so I didn't really think about our special needs students, the ones that are either deaf or hard of hearing. Let me ask you about Teams. Is it accessible for those students?
So Teams does have a closed captioning option, and Mr. Stone and I have been working with some of the staff from Student Support Services and identified that in a case for about 10 or so students, we're issuing those students laptops instead of Chromebooks because of some of the features in the app helping with accessibility for them.
Okay, so my question is it available now, or are we going to have to wait for that update from Microsoft Teams?
I'm not sure what particular feature.
For the closed caption, is that?
No, closed caption is available now in the app.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure on. And then I do have a comment later when we come back. I just wanted to get those questions out of the way. And like I said, I appreciate the board for asking most of the questions that I was going to ask, especially as far as the updates and everything else like that. One last one. So the chat feature, do we have that bug fixed with Teams? Is it able for teachers to chat with their students?
Teachers can chat with their students, and teachers can also turn on and off chat if they don't want students to chat at a particular time.
Okay, good. All right, that's what I needed to know. With that being said, I will now take it out to the public for public comments. I would like to hear their comments, not questions, but comments. So I looking right now, it looks like we have 8 participants, 9. I will cap it at 25. Please keep in mind that if there are students, I want to extend additional time for our students, because I'd like to hear from them and their thoughts on the platforms that they're using. We will go with the 2-minute time limit for our students. We will go 3. So looking at the hands being raised right now, like I said, I will cap it at 25. Martha or Kelly, I trust that you will keep track of those.
Yes, Mr. Clark, I'll monitor that.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's go.
Okay, the first one is Tony.
Tony.
Hi,
good evening, sir.
Good evening, Board President Clark. First of all, I want to thank the President Clark for his apology. I hope the rest of the board takes into consideration that despite how important your closed sessions might be, the time of the people that are attending these board meetings is equally important, and it should be respected. As for the Teams versus Zoom thing, I want to applaud Mr. Hoover for saying, why not we have a choice? I bought myself a Zoom account. I am comfortable using Zoom. I would prefer to use that because I can't afford, on the Vista schedule, I can't afford to wait until September, maybe October, to get breakout rooms working, especially with classes of 37. So if I feel comfortable using Zoom, I should be able to use it. And in terms of the whole security thing, which I'm, quite frankly, a little skeptical every time I hear that, because I didn't experience any of that before. And the fact that in the board's opening statement, when they talk about the fact that they're using Zoom for this board meeting, they said specifically, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm happy to go back and watch the video of them saying, for the safety and security of this meeting, we are using Zoom. Little counterintuitive there. Give teachers a choice to do what they're happy with. You know, it just makes sense that way. I'm not asking the board to give me any money. I'm not asking the district to pay for my Zoom license. Let me make the choice of what is best for my teaching and for my students. And instead of having to sit here through what really has, between the Monday thing and tonight, sounded like a glorified timeshare pitch for something that's not ready to be used yet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I greatly appreciate your comments. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Debbie.
Debbie, good evening.
Good evening, board. Debbie Krikorian, FCEA and Sutter Middle School. I just want to tell a story. My brother's a VSP database administrator. So I went to him and I asked him, you know, how do you satisfy your customer needs? If I'm his teacher and I come to you and I say, you know, I need a platform that I can be able to talk with my students on, how would you satisfy those needs? And he said, well, I'd sit down and I'd ask you a series of questions and I'd find out what functions you need and what features were important to you. And then I would go out and I would find a platform that would meet those features and have those functions in it. And I said, well, what about security? He said, we can work with security. You do have a cost to security, but we have received between GEARS funding and between CARES funding and the little bit that we got from the 98, about $13 million for COVID related things. And when you're talking 60,000 to be able to give teachers a tool that is going to be utilized in their classroom to meet their students' needs, I don't think that that is asking too much. We have millions in our curriculum. We spend money on our curriculum. This is a tool we need. So then I asked him, well, once you found that platform, if there were features in there that it didn't have, what would you do? And he said that we'd find a way around to work with that vendor in order to get those features for you, the one that has the most. We'd secure it for you and we'd make sure that it works because you're the client and you're the one that has to deliver it to the students. So then he laughed at me. He said, those are funny questions. Why are you asking me that?
Well, Deb, I'm sorry. Time had elapsed on you. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Joseph.
Joseph.
Hi, thank you very much for your time, board. My name is Joseph Giamba. I'm the Global Video Operations Manager for Cisco WebEx, which is the largest video conferencing provider in the world. And I'm also a parent of a Folsom Cordova High School student. So first thing, I sent an email to Pam earlier today. I'm happy to work with you through any of your technology issues as part of my day-to-day job. I'm responsible for making sure I know everything about the field of video collaboration. I completely respect the board's choice in MS Teams, and I think you've made a great choice. I know Zoom is hard and everybody likes to use Zoom. MS Teams is perfectly fine. One thing I'd like to caution the board to look at is connectivity. We've proven time and time again that MS Teams is not as great in video quality and audio quality as other collaboration platforms. And the Rancho Cordova area specifically has problems in terms of packet loss and latency. So proactively looking at your student base and saying, all right, are students actually able to hear their teachers? Are they able to see their teachers? Are they able to work with their teachers is the key for adopting a good video collaboration platform. And you can pull metrics and look at these things and proactively reach out to students who have poor connectivity and deploy things like your hotspot program and things like that. So I'd like to just say, board, I think you're doing a great job. I realize that Teams versus Zoom versus Meet is a hard job. And ultimately, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Nicole.
Nicole, good evening.
Hello. I have something written down, but I want to add something first. Some of these questions are not being answered all the way through by the district. Chris asked about chat. Yes, it can be turned on and off. That's great. But in Zoom, you have more choices. If a student wants to ask me a question privately, if they want to reach out and say, hey, I'm confused, they can privately ask me on Zoom. On Teams, it is all or nothing. To me, that is huge. Just another limitation in the communication before student and teacher. I'm going to start talking real fast because I went off track already. So first of all, there should not be a cost to educating students effectively. Regarding the survey, did the board see the survey? Did you guys get to see the questions? It was often skewed, sometimes misleading. There were not enough options and didn't ask the right questions in many cases. I'm also wondering if the surveys were unique or could people have multiple entries? Why can't Zoom for Education be a choice? Pam mentioned recording as being a holdup to buying Zoom for Education, but the teachers were told we couldn't record due to privacy issues. So why is that being held up as a reason? Teams has so many limitations for education, but even when we hold staff meetings or intervention meetings with adults, if anyone talks over each other or starts to talk at the same time, you can't hear anything. It's garbled, glitchy, unintelligible. Unlike Zoom, as you can tell tonight, if somebody starts talking over the other person, it's immediately recognized and can be corrected. Tonight, we can tell that Ed Short has an unstable connection, but it's only impacting his audio for us. In Teams, his poor connection would mess up the meeting for everybody. No platform is perfect, but Zoom is more accessible for teachers. The reason you have no preference on so many of the responses because teachers are working overtime to make sure that the students and parents don't feel that they don't notice that. That's why there's no preference or no problem with Teams. I want to mention the HVAC systems again. I'm going to come on there and say that every single time because this needs to be addressed. This virus is airborne and aerosolized. If you don't fix the air issue, we're not going to be safe to go back. I was going to speak for another teacher and I'm out of time. If someone wants to pick this up, I put the thread on the.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate you. All right, who do we have next?
Next, we have Jen.
Jen Jones?
No, Jen Marr.
No, I'm Jen.
The other Jen, Jen Marr. Hey, Jen.
Hi, there's a different Jen. Hi, good evening, board members and Dr. Kaligian. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Folsom Middle School. And as always, over the past 15 years of my teaching career, I've been working tirelessly until midnight or later every night in order to prepare my lessons for students, as well as finding a way to incorporate SEL daily in addition to advisory. And with all these extra hours I'm spending outside of work, I've begun to realize how valuable every minute is. I've also realized that there are hours of my students' week that is being wasted on Mondays. Each Monday, I meet with each of my classes for 20 minutes at a time. Those 20 minutes are spent in the following manner: 5 minutes allowing my students into the room, 5 minutes greeting my students and checking in on how their weekend went, 5 minutes taking attendance because my attendance feature still does not work even after a work order, and then 5 minutes listening to students explain why they were late because they could not connect here, etc. So there are the 20 minutes. So why? What is the point of Mondays in 20 minutes? Just to take attendance? Because that's what it feels like. Students would much rather be using this time to work on asynchronous assignments. I would much rather like to use this time to plan and make contact with families. Please reconsider Mondays as a day for teacher prep and planning and extra time for students to complete asynchronous work. Thank you and stay healthy.
Thank you, Jen.
The next caller is D Foot is the username.
Good evening, D.
You're on. Can you hear us?
D, are you there?
Their mic is unmuting, Mr. Clark, but for some reason we can't hear them.
Can we get back to her?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we
Yes,
are.
we can.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to the board and to Dr. Kaligian. Basically, the handwriting was on the wall for keeping teams well before the survey and the town hall. Money was committed based on promises of platform changes to accomplish the task of distance learning. So we're keeping teams. I already figured that out a long time ago. The question is, who is telling teams what I, the educator, need to do my job? My students and my family should not have to listen to a family background noise or a private conversation because of an open mic. I need to be able to hard mute an unaccompanied child or an unsupervised child who keeps opening their mic so that I can hear everything going on and everybody else can hear everything going on in their household. I should have the option to be able to pen the speaker. I asked my families how I looked when we were in the gallery mode, and they said, I'm so tiny, they can't barely see me. So I needed to figure out a workaround because the district computer does not let me use the camera app or download the camera app so that I can have a second camera option to be able to be seen and to quote unquote pen myself so that I am seen by my students. I needed to figure out how to do the workaround, and I spent hours reading other postings on Microsoft Teams support line, only to learn that Microsoft Teams has promised to do speaker pinning way back in 2019, and they still haven't done that yet. So they promise a lot and don't deliver. I also am now needing to learn how to write backwards in order to use that secondary camera. So now I'm presenting my handwriting backwards and needing to write backwards in order to do that. I should not need to do that. I need to be able to be respected as an educator. You didn't ask me what I needed. You didn't ask me what platform I needed. You didn't ask me how anything I needed to do my job. I'd like to know when you're going to ask me, the educator, what I need to do my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Who do we have next?
Next, we have JT.
JT, good evening.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say I am a teacher, a special ed teacher in the district, and I'm also a new parent. I have a kindergartner. And I just wanted to say that I love the Seesaw app, and I love that he was able to get a touchscreen Chromebook. So thank you. And thank you, ETIS, for all your hard work. I wanted to let you guys know that something that hasn't been addressed tonight, I heard one other teacher, I think, mention it, was just that individual chat function. It is a huge component for special education students. In order to support kids, I literally have to call out a kid's name or type their name into the chat box so everybody else can see. So it just does not feel right. The other thing is the same with aides that support classes. If we have a one-on-one aide in a class, or if we have a classroom support aide, there is no way for them to check on that student individually without calling that name out in chat or saying the name verbally. So it feels so wrong to do that in front of their peers. I also wanted to just bring up the breakout rooms. I've learned how to use them. I've used them the last 2 days. They are not easy. And again, there's no way to tell a student, a special education student, hey, Joe, come meet me in the breakout room without everybody else hearing or everybody else seeing. It's kind of, I just feel like it's embarrassing for them. I also, on my kindergartner side, I just would for that kindergarten teacher, she's amazing, but being able to unmute kindergartners, I think would be a huge benefit. And that's something that they also don't, a teacher doesn't have access to that. Students have to unmute themselves. And just overall, Microsoft Teams for me as a teacher and as a parent, I've watched how slow it runs with video on. For me as a teacher, when kids have their video on, it runs so slow. My son, they all have their video on, and it's just like, it runs like a turtle. But anyways, thank you guys for having me on tonight, and I hope you take what I say into consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments are appreciated. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, Dr. Cleggan, and members of the board. My name is Dan McCrossan. I teach music at Mitchell Middle School, and I've been there for 18 years, going on 19. I want to let you know that Teams is not a parade of unicorns and rainbows. I'm sorry. Quite frankly, it's the exact opposite. Every single day I have problems with Teams. And every single day, my colleagues and I complain to each other about the problems with Teams. I'll just name a couple. Number one, kids' cameras not showing up when they have them on, all together in large gallery mode, only working occasionally. I have 47 some kids in some of my classes, and I get to see 3 of them, even though 20 of them have their cameras on. Getting dropped from my own classes, the hard mute button disappearing randomly, the amount of RAM that Teams uses, my computer freezes and I have to shut down, the problems with Teams on Chromebooks, which is also another RAM issue, the clunky and not intuitive user interface, having to search to find settings that should be easily accessible, the lack of ability to have breakout rooms and no answer as to when. Of course, there's a workaround, but it's very, very clunky. Teachers can't chat individually with students. I can go on and on. Distance teaching takes easily twice as much planning. We take instructional time to diagnose problems with student computers. We do that during class instead of teaching. I want to also mention the no preference on the survey. If someone like me doesn't have enough information to make an assessment as to which platform is best, we're forced to choose no preference. This is not an accurate description of nearly 25% of respondents who said no preference. I don't know what is best. I just want something that works. In an hour-long class, and maybe 15 minutes teaching. The rest of the time is spent mitigating computer issues. This may not be a platform issue, but please, please make no mistake. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. If we want to offer, quote, high quality instruction, quote, to our students. I want to thank the board for all you do. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Dan. All right, who do we have next?
Next, we have Stephanie.
Stephanie, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So I've heard a lot of different comments, and I just want to throw out a couple things that have happened over the past couple of weeks, not only to myself, but to my team, because I lead a pretty large team at Cordova High. One of the things that happened on Monday after everything was supposed to be fixed, I had an entire fourth period class completely disappear from Teams. So I literally went to start class only to have my phone barraged with texts and messages and emails from my students telling me that they couldn't find my class anymore. And I spent an exorbitant amount of time in the 20 minutes I had trying to rebuild a team, reload an entire roster, and get in there to be able to say hi to them and take attendance. So that was just, I mean, got the blood pumping, let's say that for sure. Another major issue I see is we talked about the first 2 weeks of school was all about connections. Teams does not allow students to see each other. And if we're going to wait until they have the app on their computer, we're talking about an entire month of school or more that these students only see each other if the teachers are savvy enough to understand that they have to point a camera at their computer so they can see each other. Otherwise, these students don't even have any idea what the other peers in their class look like. And they won't turn their cameras on when they don't have an opportunity to see them. And that's a major issue for making connections with other students. Not only that, for teachers as well, to connect with our students. And then another issue is that the breakout rooms, while they do work and you can do that workaround, every single one of those breakout rooms has to be individually opened by the teacher, which takes time. So they have to go from one to the next, to the next, to the next, opening them, allowing the students to get into them. And that's a time suck. And then finally, as an ed specialist, having instructional assistants not be able to have a way to communicate with their students to know that they need help because there is no chat feature available. There is no workaround for that. And it is a major problem for special education.
Thank you, Stephanie. Who do we have next? Anyone?
Martha, are you there?
Well, I see Amy hand raised. Martha, are you there?
Sorry about that. I'm muting everyone, including myself.
All
So let me
right.
try that again. Amy, are you there?
Amy's muted.
There.
Amy's there. Good
Can you
evening,
hear
Amy.
me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hi. First, I just want to say thank you to all of our teachers because they have been doing a phenomenal job and I know they are working so hard. And so I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, I really feel like they need to have a lot of weight in the say of what platform we're going to use, whether it's Microsoft Teams or Zoom, because they're the ones doing all this work. I sit next to my third grader while she works. Her teacher's amazing, but she spends so much time being interrupted by having to tell kids to mute themselves, who keep unmuting, who keep disrupting, and it's just not working well. The other thing I just wanted to add was I feel like it kind of got just brushed over the need for more tech support. And, we've submitted 5 different help requests over the since school started. I only got a response to 1 of them. We were having home tech issues. And so finally, I got a hold of the principal, got a hotspot. It doesn't work. I've submitted requests and we still have not gotten any response to get help with that. Luckily, I've figured it out. I've got a workaround. But what about these kids who don't have that advantage of other internet options? What about the ones who don't have hotspots? I get why we aren't getting responses to the tech. Obviously, they are way overworked and understaffed, but I think that needs to be addressed. There needs to be more resources in the tech department if we are expected to be completely online. So I just wanted to bring that point up. Thank you so much. And just also, I got to end on, we need to get our kids back to school and in the classroom. So I hope that we can make a plan to have that happen as soon as we are allowed. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate your comments. All right, who do we have next?
Next, we have Christina.
Christina, good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Christina Cook. I'm a first grade teacher in Folsom. This is my 23rd year teaching. I love teaching. It's everything that I've ever wanted to do. But this has been the hardest time I've ever had being a teacher. I'd like to tell you that out of the 12 days that we've been in school, I've had one where I haven't had a tech problem. One. And that was today. So some of the things I'm experiencing as a first grade teacher is that my first graders cannot navigate going in and out of a breakout room. I have to have the ability to send them into a room and know that I can pull them back when and if I choose to, and that I don't have to wonder where they are, that they can come back when I tell them that they need to come back. Zoom offers that. Also, I cannot see my first graders, and that's a tragedy. I cannot see if they're happy or sad, if they're raising their hand, if they don't get what I'm talking about. I can't see them, and that is not acceptable to me. I cannot hard mute them, so I can hear what's going on in their homes, or a lot of them go to daycare. I can hear that, which means all of my other students can hear that. It is really important that students be able to have some sort of connection with each other. So I have figured out a way to bring in my own computer so that I can show them on a separate screen, the gallery view or the stadium view, so that they can actually have a couple minutes of connection with each other. And that to me is probably the best 5-10 minutes of their day. We got $13 million. We can afford to spend some money on making this easier for teachers. We can afford that. And I implore you to please listen to us, because we are working harder than we ever have. And we are being watched by people. And it's very, very difficult to know that you can't do your job the way you know you should. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Jill.
Jill, good evening.
Jill, can you try unmuting yourself, please? There you are.
Hi, I got it. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Jill.
Hi. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to bring up, I'm a teacher at the district and I teach kindergarten. Today I got kicked off the Teams 3 times. My screen went black another time. I'm trying to teach my kids the letter M and the sound it makes for the 4th day in a row. My audio, the kids can't hear it. They're not learning. Can't get my Elmo set up. I'm using my phone to screen share. Half the time I'm screen sharing on my phone and it's freezing. If I had Zoom, I could use my Elmo and it has a direct link with an Elmo to share. I wouldn't be freezing. The audio is better. On top of it, I'm asking children to respond. They cannot unmute themselves. I'm trying to teach them how to unmute themselves and they can't do it. These parents are working. They're also helping other children. They can't assist them for 3 hours straight. I'm not on there with 3 hours straight, but they can't sit there and help them constantly, showing them what to do and everything. Another question I have is the CARES Act. Supposedly we got $12 million. Can I ask where that money has gone? What are we doing with that money? Why aren't we getting the proper purification inside of the classrooms so that we can get back and our teachers that are working in the classrooms right now can be safe? Also on the survey, I know majority of the parents want to stay with Teams. They're not the ones on the other side. They don't see what we see. We're still dealing with struggles every day. Today I had to end my class early because they couldn't do anything. I am working daily, 12 plus hours. I am spent. I know teachers who are ready to quit.
Thank you, Jill. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Terry.
Terry, good evening.
Hi, I sent you guys a letter just before you met. And my primary concern as a second grade teacher in the district is I have to see all my kids. I can't have 2 on the bottom that I can't see. I'll pay the Zoom. I don't care. It's only like $8 a month. I want to say the ETIS has been wonderful. They're working so hard. It's not against them. They only can do what they can do, and God knows they're working like 3 people, just like we are. Please make our life easy for the 4 months it's going to take you to get teams under control. Then you can reel us all back in. But right now, I need to do my job. I need to help my kids. I need to see them. Stop blocking Zoom. I'll pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Next, we have Tay.
Tay, good evening.
Good evening. I am sorry, but I personally find it ridiculous to suggest that we wait for months before changes are made to Microsoft Teams. Students have already lost crucial time, and it indicates a lack of care and respect to suggest we wait for these changes when there is already a platform we can use, Zoom. It's laughable to claim the first few weeks of the school year were about building connection with students when such a poor platform is chosen. Yes, any platform will have its challenges, but this is beyond that. It is blatantly clear that Microsoft Teams is simply not equipped for education. There's also a clear bias in the way that this is all being communicated. What consideration has been given to our students with significant disabilities using this platform? I have to mute my students to be able to hear other students, and then they can't unmute themselves, and neither can I. We can't even see each other. Where is the community? I spend my days freaking out, wondering how I'm going to support my students to the best of their abilities. I'm sick of the workarounds. Don't give me another workaround. Give my students the respect they deserve and give them a platform we can actually use. Listen to the teachers. We're in the trenches. We're doing this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tay. Greatly appreciate you.
Next, we have Melanie.
Melanie, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Passavoy. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I'm a teacher at Folsom Middle School. This is my 24th year teaching. And I do want to second a bunch of the things that Nicole said significantly earlier. And I'm going to try not to repeat too many things that other people have said. But for me, the real problems with Teams are the lack of breakout rooms and the kids not being able to see each other unless I'm not sharing anything else on my screen, which makes things really, really difficult. I love the idea of having the option of Zoom so that teachers could use the platform that they want. I also want to address the work orders. I put in a work order for Guardian emails through Google Classroom, which is something we should all have so that parents get a weekly email or a daily email if they want about their child's progress and what they've turned in and what they haven't. It's not currently available to me. Some people have it, but some people don't. I put in a work order on August 17th. It hasn't even been assigned yet. Also, we were told that the syncing is working. Not on mine. I had to set up my own teams for 3 of my 5 classes, not just inputting the students, but also creating the team to begin with. And I still don't have official district created teams that would be uploading students from the system for those 3 classes. They're just not there. So some of that stuff, I get that it's complicated when there's 1,000 of us, but it's not all happening as smoothly as you're being told that it is. I really appreciate you taking the time to consider having Zoom as an option so that those of us who would feel more comfortable using it would be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
Next, we have Jessica.
Jessica, good evening.
Before my time starts, I have a comment not related to Zoom. Should I wait?
No, I'll hear it.
Okay. Well, good evening. I first want to spend some time that's only appropriate to thank our teachers. I have 2 boys at Empire Oaks, one in 1st and one in 4th, and their teachers and all the teachers and staff are beyond superior. They have put in countless hours of work, and that these last 2 weeks have gone as good as it can be. So on behalf of myself and most of our parents, I thank you. In the last few weeks, we've seen monumental changes in California guidelines when it pertains to in-person learning. A few to highlight is the SPCH released school waiver information. Sac County's positive test rate has dropped below 7%. Orange County, Placer County, San Diego County are all off the watch list, as well as San Diego County getting the green light to reopen September 1st. Directives for cohorts and schools have been released. And last but not least, our governor has said the default should be in-person learning. With these announcements, I personally would like to know what FCUSD's plan is for reopening. The board and superintendent should be gathering data from families of who would like to return in person, who would like to stay in the distance learning platform, as well as what funds are available for transition. What will work and what will not. Logistics need to be worked out and options available. So when we do get the green light, we are prepared. Parents and students need planning, not reacting. Even with amazing teachers, our kids are struggling. Every day they're parked in front of a screen and they are deteriorating. We are only 2 weeks in and they're already burnt out. As a mother, I am urging, if not begging you, to be proactive in our plan to reopen. If we fail to prepare, then we prepare to fail. And I believe we can do better. I am happy and willing to talk to or meet with anyone regarding this matter so we can all work together to get it resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Greatly appreciate you.
Sorry, next we have Lucy.
Lucy, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm going to give my last minute to Deb Krikorian because she didn't get to finish to say what she was saying. But I first just want to say, how many of these meetings do we have to have where teachers are telling you the same thing? We need a choice between Zoom and Teams. Not one platform fits everyone. You're hearing the same issues that are repeated over and over again by the teachers in the field trying to do their best. So please listen to them. And I'm giving the rest of my time to Deb.
Deb, are you on?
Let me find you, Mr. Clark.
All right.
Deb, can you raise your hand for me, please? Oh, there you are. Okay. Deb, you're on.
Okay, thank you. All I wanted to say in my final statement was, my brother stated that the client was right. He knows that the client is the one that has to do the workarounds, the one that actually has to work with the product. So we've been listening to people all night long, and I'm just begging of the board. We're burnt out. We're the client. We're the ones that make it the efficacy so that our students, no matter what you're seeing on the parent side, is because the teacher is spending countless hours making it work so that the student has a good opportunity to have a good education. We need to see our kids, though. It's so important that our kids are seeing each other. I have a new student today. She's never met any of the kids in the classroom, and she has no connection with them. She's by herself. We need to connect our kids. So please consider other platforms. When I did the research, I found that 2 platforms outscored Teams for education, and that was Zoom and that was Meets. We're a Google platform. I don't know why we didn't do the research before we started. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate you. All right, who do we have?
Next, we have Elle McMeans.
Hi, that's me.
Hi.
Can you hear me? I
Yes,
hope.
ma'am.
Okay, it's me, Leanne from Mitchell Middle School. What I have is 1, security concerns. We keep hearing about it, but the US courts and the state courts use Zoom. 2, students can still kick me out and still mute everyone and then get back on so they can make any noise they'd like. 3, this is very important. Most teachers have Windows 7. According to MS Teams at docsmicrosoft.com, Windows 7 is at end of life. Teams used to work in the past on Windows 7. So that could be our problem. You might need to buy us new computers with Windows 10. Number 4, can't call out on Teams. I can't call my parents on Teams. You want me to use my cell phone and do star 67 so they can't see my name. Well, the problem is I don't answer when I don't know the name. Parents probably don't either. 4 or 5, aren't teachers worth quality equipment? We're highly educated to teach the kids. We're the ones who know how to teach the kids, not just the kids you're talking to, and not all of our parents. There's certain things you have to do to teach kids, and that's to connect with them. Connect with your kids. And 6, I need Mystery Science because my 6th, 7th, and 8th graders cannot read the science textbook that has been adopted. I'm sorry if my voice is getting loud again. What can I say? Little people have big voices. And yes, special ed needs its own curriculum. Yes. Goodbye. I love you still. Bye.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Rebecca.
Rebecca, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your time. I first want to start off talking about the deaf and hard of hearing students. And from my understanding, the closed captions feature on Microsoft Teams can only be turned on when the student has already downloaded the app. So without a laptop, the student cannot see the closed captions. Also, I know of one student in particular who has a sign language interpreter, but he is not able to pin both him, the interpreter, and his teacher at the same time, which means he does not have equitable access to the curriculum. Regarding the safety, I feel that Zoom is a safe platform because Zoom allows teachers to admit students one by one from the waiting room. Currently, students in Teams can be admitted from a lobby, even though they can sign in. There also is a lobby feature, which is very similar. The benefit to Zoom is that the teacher can put students back into the waiting room, and this cannot be done in Microsoft Teams, which means that the teacher has to monitor students even during a recess break when using Teams. I also feel that Zoom has the feature to be able to share from a USB. And when one does this, they can plug in their phone or their iPad and use the camera app as a document camera. And this is much easier for teachers as we will not have to be on the Microsoft Teams app from multiple devices. And this prevents us from accidentally muting ourselves from the other device. And it also prevents from multiple device feedback. As you are aware, Zoom allows teachers to hard mute students, which is very important. And when a teacher requests to unmute a student on Zoom, a pop-up appears on the student's screen and the student can confirm that he or she wants to be unmuted. There's also a feature that was just rolled out on Zoom where students can pre-allow to be unmuted by the teacher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, just so you know, we're now going on number 20, and this will be Melissa.
Okay, how many hands? I can't see how many hands we have raised.
Currently, we have 8, including Melissa.
Okay, let's hear those 8. We won't entertain anymore.
Okay.
So let's get those people, because I'm pretty sure they had their hands raised for a long time. So let's hear those 8 and we'll keep it moving.
Okay, thank you. Melissa, you may proceed.
Melissa, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I teach at Folsom Middle School. I've been there for 15 years and I'm a 21st year teacher. My concern with our platform that we've adopted, Microsoft Teams, is that it creates barriers. Dr. Huber, Mr. Wilson, in a previous meeting, emphasized that direct instruction for an entire class period is not representative of good teaching. However, Teams really is set up just for direct instruction. We don't have the ability for breakout rooms, as many others have pointed out. And so that prevents us from doing paired work, small group work, collaborative work. And it's extremely frustrating for me as a teacher to resort to primarily direct instruction when I know, and I'm also National Board Certified, I should mention, and I know that that is not my best teaching. But I'm sort of limited by this tool. I'm not able to have individual student communication, and that's a barrier to building connections and creating safety in the learning environment. I also wanted to mention that we want to make sure that we're doing research supported instruction, and that does not mean direct instruction. I think we need to make sure that we respect student privacy and that we allow students to socially interact, in addition to supporting learning theories of social learning, where students can communicate with each other, see each other, and work together. And I've got 2 students who are new to our country. Their English is developing, but they're communicative, and all they want to do is connect with other students and make new friends. And I don't have a vehicle for them to do that. So please help remove these barriers, whether it's Teams, whether it's Zoom, it is immaterial.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Corinne.
Colleen, good evening.
Oh,
Sorry,
she
I'm here.
dropped.
No, I hit
Where are you?
Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So I just wanted to bring a couple of things up. So I polled students today. I try to do it at least once a week to see how's distance learning going for you? What can we do to support you? And I felt that there were some things that they shared with me that needed to be shared with you. First, regarding the student survey, and I want to thank our student board member for helping create that. That's really important, having a student voice in that. But most of my students could not access the survey. They tried multiple times. I followed the instructions in the multiple emails sent, but they could not access it, and therefore their voices were not heard. And what they did say, they said they didn't have enough knowledge or experience with all the platforms they were being asked about, so they don't really know what works best and what doesn't, and they don't know what they're missing. So how could they really give accurate answers? And that was what they had to say about the survey. And I just wish that was considered before the survey was even sent out. Second thing they told me, they need Mondays to do the asynchronous lessons. And they don't feel there's enough flexibility in the Tuesday through Friday schedule to keep up with what they're dealing with home, jobs, the 3 hours of required synchronous learning, and all the asynchronous work they're doing. So if at least Mondays could be abridged to give them more time, it would be a lot less stressful and anxiety inducing for them. And for me, I teach film class, which students love, and I cannot screen share my Netflix account. Students only see black. My new laptop does not have a DVD player, and all the video you can play lags. I am having difficulty providing materials to my students in this class. That is a Williams Act problem. We cannot take the class away from students. That's not fair. And this needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who do we have next?
Next, we have Julie.
Julie, good evening.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm a 15-year veteran teacher at Folsom High School. I have met many of you, and I have a lot of things to say, so I'm going to go fast. First of all, I want to agree with all of the comments about Mondays. They are a huge waste of time. I find myself stressed between trying to fit in curriculum in 20 minutes and trying to check in with my students. I would really like to maybe have just an advisory group meet on Mondays for one group, and the rest of the time teachers can prep, can do intervention, and students can get either work done or take a break from their screens. Teachers and students are increasingly feeling burned out, and we've only made it through 2 weeks of school. Secondly, I have very large classes. I teach mostly health, PE, and academic support. And with my PE classes, with 45 in every class, I can't see them. If I do large gallery when it works, they're so tiny. Most of the time, my large gallery doesn't work, and there's a huge number of students I can't see. I would love for someone to explain to me as a PE teacher how I'm supposed to assess and evaluate and grade my students when I can almost never see them. Just grade on the honor system, I'm told. With my health students, my class is based off of interaction. I don't have a health textbook, so I'm supposed to share videos and do kinds of discussions and interaction that I cannot do. I have 3 people in my home running off Microsoft Teams. I have upgraded my internet. I am now paying about $100 a month instead of $30 out of my own pocket, and it's still not working well. I can't tell when my students can hear me or not hear me. I can't see them. I can't see their facial reactions. I have to run 2 computers, just personally myself, to teach my curriculum, and it's dragging. I share videos and they're super slow. So my curriculum is greatly affected. I also teach an academic support class, and I cannot do one-on-ones with my students. It's impossible with Teams. I really miss Zoom. I miss seeing my students. I miss toggling between the screens. I miss the breakout rooms. I miss interacting, and students can't see each other. So there is 0 interaction between students. It's really sad.
Thank you. All right, who do we have next?
Next, we have Melanie.
Melanie, good evening.
Hi, good evening, board and superintendent. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So I'm a parent of 2 FCUSD kids, one in first grade and the other in middle school, Folsom Hills, Folsom Middle. And I want to just first thank teachers and school site staff. They've been doing amazing work in the hardest of circumstances, and I just, applaud them every day. And, while I appreciate the district asking what parents want as far as a platform, what really matters and should matter to all of us is what teachers need to ensure that teachers have a platform that they can teach on, and tech support to resolve issues and training to be successful. I think those are the 3 key things. And while Teams may be fine for many teachers and grades, the fact that my first grader has no idea what most of her classmates look like, and we're in week 3, that's a problem. Her teacher can't see the whole class and can't know that they're learning, and that's a problem. So really, we need to listen to teachers here. In terms of tech support, I submitted a ticket on the first day of school because our Chromebook froze and shut down and couldn't be restarted. I didn't get a call till today. And I was able to resolve that on my own, and that's great, but I'm sure there's lots of families in our district who aren't able to do that. I'm really glad to hear that it will cost the district less if only half of teachers were to choose Zoom. I think that that's something that we should consider, giving teachers the choice and the platform that they want to use. We don't need to have one size fits all. And this is exactly what the CARES money was for. We have $11 million to spend. This is the kind of thing it should be spent on. Education in this district is why families move here, and it's the teachers that make it that way. And if teachers are leaving our district over these issues, that's a real problem for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. All right, who do we have?
Next, we have Jen.
Okay, Jen.
Yes, it's me, but
I was gonna say Jen Jones, right? All right. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm actually speaking on behalf of another teacher who didn't have enough time.
Okay.
Her name was Jessica, and let me get her writing. So it says, I do not think they really understand how many problems exist. I have many parents who are not going to ask for help through the tech helpline. They are giving up. I literally have parents saying, I can't do this. I give up because they cannot help their child get into Microsoft Teams. They are also not going to do the surveys. They're just going to fall through the cracks. I have daily problems, and I'm hearing it's because everyone in my class on Chromebooks has poor internet. I cannot complete Happy Foxes daily. And then just a little bit, I know it's been brought up today about the hearing impaired. And I happen to be one of those hearing impaired teachers who had an extremely difficult time teaching online, and was blessed a week ago to be given a placement at the charter school, which I love dearly. I love the people I work with, and it's a great environment. But the system of the closed captioning, even from the teacher standpoint, it was just garbage. It was just gibberish. It was words. It wasn't consolidated. And so to think that students are going to get a proper education from that closed captioning, that's something that definitely needs to be worked out. And again, I'm just so blessed that I was able to be given another opportunity to teach. I'm teaching first graders. I get some of the kiddos from my school, and then I just feel that I've been blessed with a position that I'm extremely happy and grateful for. So thank you very much, and have a great night.
Thank you, Jen.
Next, we have Melanie.
Melanie. Good evening.
Hi, this is Melanie Larkin. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, good
Okay,
evening.
great. Hi. So I wasn't actually planning to speak tonight because, like the survey showed, as a parent, I personally don't have a preference with either platform. However, I would support whatever platform the teachers feel would be the best method to deliver education. I don't feel like $60,000 is a huge ask when we have 13 million of additional funds. From my understanding, the issue with MS Teams is lack of functionality. No ability to hard mute, no ability for breakout rooms, no ability to privately message students. If security is a huge issue with Zoom, has the district reached out to Los Angeles Unified School District? They are the second largest district in the country and they are using Zoom. I believe Zoom can be accessed through MS Teams. Has the district looked at that option? I'm asking the district to please listen to teachers and give them the support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Next, we have Ruth.
Ruth, good evening.
Ruth, can you try unmuting yourself, please?
Hello?
Yes, you're
Okay.
on, Ruth.
I apologize in advance. I have something prepared, but I don't think I'm meant for this format. I absolutely wish we could just have a conversation and discussion, because listening to everyone tonight, it just gets to have me roll through all of the thoughts. So please bear with me. I'll try not to go off task too much, but I really believe that our district has a spectrum of academic, social, and emotional needs. The planning and development to deliver virtual learning environments that will operate effectively and efficiently while simultaneously planning a hybrid variation for in-person learning opportunities is a monumental task. And then there's still the work to be done about how we'll implement and shift in format to do that in a safe manner. I am concerned about our teachers, I am concerned about our students, and I'm concerned about our community as a whole. I am going to ask something very unconventional, and I understand that what I'm about to ask, people are going to have many thoughts on. But as someone who is very committed to our community, there is a need to ensure that we address the needs of this broad spectrum of people who live here. And I would like the board to consider directing the creation of a COVID council made up of local community subject matter experts. We are overtaxing the resources our district has, and we can no longer continue to expect them to be able to simultaneously attend to all of these competing priorities. They all are priorities. We have to attend to it all, but we can't expect it to be at the expense of our people, our most valuable resource of all. I'm watching my children's friends struggle. I'm watching my friends struggle. I'm watching their parents struggle. And I want to do more. And I believe we have the community support, and we are fortunate enough to live in a place where you will have the support from the community to step in and provide what is needed to be able to do all of these things in a way that assures we have.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. Your time had elapsed. But I love the idea of the COVID Council. I'll just go on record and say that right now. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Chelsea.
Chelsea, good evening.
Hi, good evening. I am a teacher in Folsom, but my 3 children go to San Juan Unified. And talking about the concerns over Zoom not being secure is that my 3 children, I had to authenticate all of their Zoom accounts before tomorrow, because tomorrow the teachers will switch over, a toggle that they're only allowed to have kids with authenticated sign-ins. So if they're authenticated, then they know that those are those children. They can't change their name. They know that they're their kids. So I just wanted to add kind of the layer that San Juan has been put in. So that's all.
All right, who do we have next?
The last hand, Mr. Clark, is Burke.
Burke, good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is actually Jennifer. I'm Burke's wife, and I'm actually going to hand off to my 5th grade daughter who would like to address the board tonight. So her name's Molly, and here she is.
All right,
Hi,
before we do that, could you give an extra minute, please?
You get an extra minute.
Mr. Clark, I'll just run it down and then start it again for another minute.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Ethorn and I'm in 5th grade. With Teams, I'm not able to see my classmates. That makes it very hard to feel connected to my class. It's already hard to sit there all day, but with not being able to see other people, it makes it even harder. We also spend most of our time fixing kids' connectivity issues and making sure that everyone can see each other. Once my teacher figured out how we can see each other, it's still so small, it's so hard for me to see my friends. I think using Zoom is a better choice because it's easier for me to see my friends and connect with them. With Teams, everything is blurry and small. Also, please consider requiring that everyone has their cameras on. It is so frustrating to stare at a screen full of icons. Would you want to be in a classroom like that? Please consider using Zoom instead because I think it would work better for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes our public comment. With that, I will bring it back to the board for final comment, and looks like we'll be doing an action item on this. So I would like to hear from the board. However, I'd like to start off by asking student board member Gallant to make her first comments.
Okay, so first off, I just wanted to thank Miss Griffin for her help on this survey. I definitely could not have done it without her. Moving forward, I just want to thank the public for their comments and concerns. And I would really like to echo Mr. Hoover's opinions on the ability to choose the platform we use based on all the reasons previously stated. So as a student, I just wanted to go through some of the problems that I've been experiencing with Zoom. Oh, sorry, Microsoft Teams. So definitely I can relate to the connectivity issue when it comes to glitching. It seems as if when students put on their camera, something happens and there's issues with audio and there's a lag. There's also a problem with screen sharing. So it seems as if it's always slow, especially when teachers want to play videos, which I think is very important when, yeah. So, and then also I personally have the Teams app on my MacBook, but I'm still not able to see everyone in gallery view. I don't know if that's a user error on my part, but I think that has a significant impact on students' social emotional needs for sure. So I just wanted to know what's next. How are we going to take action on this item? I think we've been debating it for a long time, and I think it's time we just go for it and we start taking action on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Gallant. Appreciate it.
Mr. Clark, I've got some thoughts.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate all the commentary tonight, everyone that showed up for this. On the security issues, I mean, this seems to be the biggest reason to keep Teams, or at least to use Teams, is the security issue. I think it's obviously a valid concern. I mean, we see these news articles about Zoom bomb. You don't let you can't just jump straight into a meeting. And so if teachers are able to use that feature where they let students in via a waiting room, you're not going to have that same issue. So there are definitely ways to help with security without ETIS getting overly involved, I think. That said, I mean, I do see how district credentials can provide some additional security in Teams, but pretty much in all other aspects, there's still a lot of challenges with Teams. It seems like a mostly inferior product at this point. That doesn't mean it'll stay that way, but seems to be what it is now. And I think the bottom line for me is that we really shouldn't be forcing or subjecting teachers and families to use a product that really is more of a work in progress than anything else. I mean, the fact that we're still hoping for updates in September, but we don't have a date yet. I said this at the last meeting, but I think that's just not a good sign. It's not something that we really should be waiting halfway through the semester for. So I think, for me, this really all comes down to choices. And I mean, as we've heard tonight, I mean, every grade has different needs. Every teacher wants different features that work best for them. And so personally, my preferred option would be that we allow teachers the option between Teams or Zoom, and we cover those costs with CARES dollars. I understand that cost is somewhat significant, although I think according to the surveys, it appears that, about half of our teachers would still use Teams. So I think that it would definitely not be as much. But I think a second option, if the board is not willing to commit, dollars to Zoom, which, obviously cost has to be in consideration here. I think at the very least, we need to give teachers permission to use Zoom on their own. If that is the platform that they want to use, we may not be able to provide the technical support for them, or the dollars, which I would prefer if we did that. But I think at the very least, we should not be prohibiting them from using the platform that they prefer. So those would be the two options I would want to put on the table tonight. And again, would prefer that we just allow the option and actually cover it. But if we're not willing to go there, at least allow that permission to use Zoom.
Mr. Clark?
Ms. Ranking.
If Mr. Hoover's done, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
We had a parent comment that Zoom could interact with Microsoft Teams. So I was trying to do a quick search to see if that is a viable option. Did we look into that? Is that truly an option? It looks like something about bots. We need bots to do that with Teams. So I'm wondering if there is an option to incorporate Zoom into Microsoft Teams.
I think that would be an ETIS question if Pam is, or David is available to answer that question.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've never personally looked into that. So I would hate to say yes or no until I look into it, but we can definitely look into it.
Yeah, I just did a quick search and I think we should explore the option. So thank you.
Sure.
I don't know how that affects the discussion this evening, but as soon as I heard that, I thought, well, we should look into that.
Okay. Ms. Ranking, any other comments?
At this time, no, thank you.
All right. Mr. Short?
Yeah, okay, I do. I had one question before I start with my comments. We were talking about limitation to the channels, and it was mentioned that there was 4 channels, so you can have sort of like a pseudo 4 breakouts. The question is, how many breakouts do we really need? I know it's a little cumbersome to get to those channels, but do the teachers need 8, 10? How big are the groups? That's a question. What is the need there?
Okay. Comments?
No, it's a question. Okay. I didn't want.
Yeah, but I mean, who are you directing that?
To staff. To staff.
Yeah, I would ask either Pam or Jim or Curtis, from your experience with our teachers right now. What are you saying is the need?
Right, because we have 4 now. How many do we really need? It absolutely depends on groups, because where I'm going with this is that, as you know, the governor and they just changed the things that we can do, small cohorts for our English language and our special needs kids to do it in person. So if the breakouts are to address some of the needs of those kids, then we might have a solution down the road right here soon of going safely to the 14 outbreaks cohorts in person, and then we solve that problem. So that's where I'm going with it. How many do we need for channels?
So it completely depends on a multitude of factors. Number one, what project is taking place in the classroom at the time, the teacher preference on how to group the students together. I've run multiple groups, from whole class instruction to 4 groups to 8 groups to, as you just mentioned, a student working with an instructional assistant possibly in their own group as well. So there really is no answer to that one other than what is happening instructionally in the classroom at the time and what the teacher's needs are.
Okay, so the 4 is kind of limiting. And would you say out of the groups, is it the English language, the other special education kids? Is it those kids that we can create smaller cohorts in person?
That could be examples of some of them, but again, I mean, I would break my class up multiple different ways daily, depending on what activity I was doing at the time.
And I know we're going to be talking about this soon on our probably next board meeting, but it's something to look into so that we can stay problem solving. So I want to go on with my comments now. I just want to say I do appreciate everyone's feedback surveys, the town hall meeting, all that is all feedback and listening, not only to our teachers, our staff, and our ITS staff. I've implemented multi-million-dollar welfare systems throughout different jurisdictions. It's a tough one. I mean, I heard tonight that yeah, we didn't have ample time. We didn't really go out and survey and really listen to the folks on what kind of system to use. Usually, you go out there and you have a lot of feedback on different platforms, and you go through a bidding process and you get feedback, and then you make a selection. And we just didn't have that kind of time, so that ship sailed. So now we're sitting here with a platform that was the best decision that our staff could make at this time, and we're trying to make it work. So my sympathy and compassion goes out to everybody that's feeling the pain. Every time I implement software, it's always painful. There's no really one answer, and all the user requirements are, if you can meet 80% of them, you're doing pretty good in a software system. The other 20%, you take forever to fix them. So I just want to remind everybody that this is a temporary situation. Hopefully it's just a semester. And best case scenario is if the pandemic goes away, this is temporary. So we got to keep that in our forefront of our minds that this is temporary. So it's not an ideal situation. We know that kids, this is not good for kids. It definitely doesn't, you can't create community on the internet or socialization. It's nearly impossible. So this is just a stopgap, and it's not going to get us to where we want to fully get that. Those tools are just not designed for it. I don't think they were ever intended to do that. That includes Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and whatever platform out there. They're just not designed for what we're trying to utilize them today. And the whole world and the United States is struggling everywhere. They're trying to figure all this out on the distance learning. It's just, we need to get our kids back to school as soon as possible. That's really where we need to head. We all agree that that is not good for our kids. Socialization, I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, if we all want kids to look at each other and socialize in there, that they have other apps. I mean, maybe breaks. Maybe we can figure out another way to, in a stopgap. They do have other ways to socialize through other apps. Maybe we can look at other apps that they can use simultaneously to do that are more social type apps. The survey, I love the survey. It looks like it was a generic survey across the board, and it just seems like it could go either way. It doesn't matter. It seems like folks out there, like I heard earlier, the kids didn't really know the difference. Some didn't. Some are learning. But the survey, I did notice the numbers. It's only like around 5,000 or so. It's only 25% of the total universe. I keep talking about there's 20,000 kids out there. So that survey really, is a small sample, or at least 25% of the sample of it. We didn't hear from the others, 75%. And that concerns me a little bit because, on other surveys that we've had, the equity issue, I really don't see the kids that we left behind, our homeless kids, our Latino kids at 4-to-1, the essential workers here. Heard even here some of the kids couldn't even get to it. Those folks don't have a voice in this survey. And every single time, we just don't have the overall real data that we really want. But it is a feel, it is a trend, and I think we can go with that for it right now. But if you do look at the 20,000 kids, and if you look at the number of the tickets, it shows you that we are open and we are functioning, and it's not a crisis. This is more of a user requirement preference, if it's required or not in preference. So, and that's where we're at really right now. And I really feel for the teachers out there really working hard. They're our greatest asset. I hear stories that working until midnight. Oh my God, that's just a lot of work. And And we really need to do something about that to help them out in other ways, maybe not through the platform. As I mentioned before, technology reverses cause and effect. We do have to listen to our ITS. We have to listen to the teachers. We have to live. It's a comprehensive, balanced decision when you're doing software implementations. So out of that, when I did the local one, I said 4 out of the 5 kids here locally in my were satisfied. So it's just, I think there's some training that still needs to be adhered to some of the teachers. I've heard some tonight that they're just not sure how this works and how it works. You have some that are really good at it, you have some that are mediocre at it, and some still struggling. So I think we need to provide that training and continuous improvement so that we can facilitate better usage and more efficiencies and efficacies. If we do a multi-platform, the resources, as I see, ATIS is struggling. Everywhere I've gone in every jurisdiction I said, the IT response is huge. If it takes weeks to respond to one phone call, that's the part where it's dysfunctional. We should be able, if we're going to do that, we should put all hands on deck, get these service tickets done immediately as fast as possible, and get these things done so that everybody can figure out how to use this the most effectively. If we want to do Zoom, it's going to have its problems too. We know from this last week or so, it got bombed in the Fresno school district with inappropriate material, which can traumatize a kid for their life. We don't want that to happen. So we heard that security is a big issue. The credentialing is great on our network. The synchronization, the PowerSchool Zoom doesn't do that. So there's always pros and cons on both sides. But if we do the multi-platform, ITS is going to be even further behind. And that's something we as a board should take in consideration, making sure that we're providing the superintendent resources needed to keep up with that in a timely manner. Response times are important. So with that said, I want to also talk about with the kids that are left behind in the digital divide. I keep talking about that. There's some talk about some not having hotspots still. I know we're doing our best to put hotspots out there, but there are areas here they're probably not even getting on. There's the engagement success rate, who's logging on, how are we doing that? Those issues need to be resolved, and I think ITS just needs more help to figure that out, and more folks in the field getting responses quicker, and what kids are struggling to even get on and falling on. A lot of this is connectivity issue. We heard an expert earlier, a lot of connectivity issues, and like for mine, I heard, mine goes in and out. I have high-speed internet, fiber optics here, and it's still, I have to turn my video off just to keep it running on Zoom. So it seems like it's just crossword. It's just not, we're going to have problems no matter what. Zoom crashed twice this week. And so it doesn't go without any problems either. So what I want to make sure is that, Zoom is also in work in progress, as is Microsoft Teams. Any of these weren't designed for what we did. Zoom was just lucky to be there and was free, like TikTok, really easy interface, really easy to use. It deployed, he made it free out there, but then the security became a problem, and he's trying to fix the security issues right now, which is problematic for Zoom too. Hopefully those will get resolved. I hear the promises of getting these other fixes, and it's just around the corner. September is only next week. I know I always promises from a software company, but hopefully this will be handled in a readily good way to continue to fix these problems. And again, I'm saying it's a balanced decision. There's one thing that I learned from my grandfather, my father. I don't know, I grew up on a ranch, horses. It always is wise not to change horses in midstream. We're down this thing now. We might fall off our horse. It's going to be disruptive to completely flop and do some things right now. So that's the commitment we do. If we look at the option, we need to resource it properly, and we need to help out our teachers as much as possible. And those are my comments for right now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Short. Did I leave anybody out?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed. Sorry, sir.
No worries. Well, I'm gravely concerned about our IT staff's bandwidth. Let's be real. We can't be all things to all people. My personal experience is when we try to be all things to all people, we succeed at being mediocre or mediocrity. And I'm just concerned that if we try to split their attention between Teams and Zoom, everybody will be unhappy rather than just some people will be unhappy. But that being said, I would be open to finding a middle ground, some form of compromise. Maybe allowing an unsupported option for teachers to use Zoom until Microsoft Teams launches their updates. As long as, and I think this is important, as long as the average daily attendance in their class does not decrease. If they switch to Zoom and instead of having 22 students in their class, all of a sudden they have 15 students in their class, that's not acceptable. But I think that's a reasonable solution. It would be unsupported, so it allows our IT staff to continue to focus on perfecting Microsoft Teams, but it gives the teachers a safety valve to switch over to Zoom temporarily until the Microsoft Teams is where we want it to be and has the capabilities that we want it to be. At which time we would then switch entirely to Microsoft Teams. So I would be open to that because I feel that type of solution doesn't harm our IT staff.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
That's my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Before I make my final comments, I wanted to yield the floor to Dr. Koligian. I understand that she does have some comments, and I kind of want to hear those before I make my final.
Thank you, President Clark. And I want to thank everybody who has taken the time this evening and earlier at our information night to weigh in with thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. We want to do what's in the best interest of our students and for our staff. And, safety and security is a priority, but so is the connection with our students. And so is the ability to support our students with, the staff behind the scenes that need to help make our teachers' jobs doable and hopefully a little easier to do. So, and looking at the survey results and looking at somewhat of a split, if the board is going to go into the direction of offering choice of both, you've heard staff's recommendation, but I'm just putting this out there. If that's the direction that board is leaning, that we have to seriously look at some of the things that have already been mentioned, the accountability for attendance, and Teams has that built in. We want to make sure Zoom does. I think if Zoom is going to be offered, we have the responsibility also to protect our students in that environment. So I would say it should be a supported version of Zoom. And I think we need additional staff in ETIS, and I would defer to our experts in that department to give us a proposal, give me a proposal that I could bring back to the next board meeting if this is the direction we're going to go. Because again, a platform is not perfect, whichever platform we're choosing. If we have two platforms that aren't perfect, I think we see the writing on the wall. We want there to be success. And to have success, I think we have to be realistic in what we're going to need to support the best outcomes for students and for staff. So something to ponder before you make your decision.
Thank you, Dr. Koligian. All right, well, I want to make my comments, and, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, there's not going to be a win-win. On this situation, but here's my concern about Zoom. There's no secret that we were bombed in a board meeting I can't remember when, I think it was April or sometime, that kind of disturbed me on that. And I knew that the safety of Zoom is not that good. But here's my spin on Microsoft Teams and the frustration that I'm hearing from teachers. And, you know, teachers shouldn't be up late at night trying to prepare, trying to figure this thing out without any support whatsoever from us. You know, it's kind of like they're sacrificing their sleep. They're probably working off hours where they really need to be spending time with their family, you know, enhancing their quality of life. I mean, you know, we all need to sometimes shut down and recharge and try to figure out what our next steps are. Now, again, I always think of our teachers as essential and important, and I want to support them the best way that I can. And listening to the board comments and the questions that I asked about the continuous updates and how teachers are going to navigate through that, they're not. And in the meantime, you know, they're getting frustrated. You know, there are some that want to take leave. There are some that want to quit. And I know that's not what they feel in their heart, because the passion is there for them to teach. But when I ask questions about updates, oh, it'll be sometime in September. When? We don't know. Middle of September? We don't know. So I'm taking it as might be October. So we're waiting that long. And how many kids are going to slip through the cracks? Especially our kiddos out in Rancho Cordova, who really don't have that access or the internet access. I got an email today from a parent that said, hey, my data's ran out. I can't afford my cable bill. And, you know, I will actually reach back out to her because I know that there are some programs to help her with that. You know, there is a program out there, and I think it's called Zoom for Education Free, where I think that Zoom offers a platform for those teachers to sign up for, and it's free. My concern is those kids being bombed, or, you know, those classes being bombed, and it might be some inappropriate material or something that pops up there. But we've got to do something to make this work. We've got to do something so we don't lose kids. We prevent teacher burnout. And maybe Mr. Reed's comments on doing, you know, an unsupported program with Zoom. I mean, my only fear is that something inappropriate pops up, and then, you know, then we get those emails from parents. I have no doubt that Zoom will eventually get all the bugs fixed, but when would be the question. And then, you know me, every meeting, what if they don't get the bugs fixed? Then what do we do? So I'm just going to put it out there. I agree with Mr. Hoover. I agree with Mr. Reed that maybe we have an option for our teachers, unsupported, until we can fix these bugs in Microsoft Teams. And maybe by that time, you know, we might be ready to do the pivot thing and get our kids back in school. So that's where I am with everything. I just think that, you know, we've got to look at our teachers and find a way to support them, give them the resources that they need. I don't know how that would work, what it would look like, whether it's professional development or what. But, you know, we've got to make this thing work, and not only on behalf of our teachers, but on behalf of our kids. We can't take the risk of them continuously falling behind. And, you know, to really talk about that, you know, statistics show during the summertime, especially our lower socioeconomic kids, they lose a grade level. Right now, they're losing more than a grade level. So we need to figure out a way to make this work for our kids. Our best resource right now are our teachers and what's going to work best for them. But I encourage teachers, if however way this goes, to look into this Zoom for Education Free. but be careful because we're gonna run the risk of being bombed. I could see that happening. So that's my 2 cents. With that, I'll entertain.
President Clark?
Yes. Ms. Rankin.
Okay.
So going back to what the superintendent implied, that we need to hear from ETIS if we tell them that we want Zoom as an option. There are ways to increase the security on Zoom. We have districts around us doing that. So I'd like to hear from them how they would implement more security features if we gave that option. I agree that it needs to be supported, though. I'm not concerned about the money, considering the resources we have available. But before we make any decisions, I'd like to hear something from ETIS about how they would make this happen, and whether they feel comfortable talking about it tonight. I really don't want to push this down the road again.
And I don't either. I think a decision needs to be made now.
President Clark?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just to tag on to what Ms. Rankin just mentioned, while I originally described an unsupported option, but given the comments that Supervisor Koligian made after I spoke, I think I could support a secondary supported option. What I mean by a secondary supported option is that the primary responsibility, the primary goal of the IT staff is the commitment to MS Teams. But given their bandwidth, if they have the ability to come in and support and provide secondary support for Zoom, then we support that, and maybe we pay for the licenses. But again, I'm concerned about trying to be all things to all people, and then thereby harming all across the board, and no one's happy. So, but I would be supportive of a secondary supported option for teachers to use Zoom until MS Team is perfected.
Mr. Clark, could I add on to what you were saying?
Mr. Hoover.
Yeah, so I mean, I totally appreciate the comments that you made. I think, you brought up the meeting we were bombed, and obviously terrible, unfortunate situation that we dealt with. And I think this is kind of the issue, though. That was a settings issue, right? We hadn't figured out the right settings yet. So we allowed people to unmute themselves in that meeting, which was obviously not the right call. We should have not allowed for that. We have obviously since fixed that problem. And I think there's a lot of things in Zoom where a lot of times it is a settings issue. So if we put out guidance to our teachers, for example, to use the waiting room feature, you're not going to allow a student into that class or a person into that class, that potentially shouldn't be there if you have that waiting room feature or a password or something like that. So, I mean, obviously that doesn't get rid of all the problems, but there's definitely settings that we can recommend to teachers to help, reduce those problems. And then the other thing I wanted to say just was on the supported issue. I would not be opposed, obviously, to providing support for Zoom, but I think it's important to point out that we use Zoom in the spring. Most people are already familiar with Zoom. Honestly, the only reason we need so much support right now for Teams is because it has so many problems. And I just don't expect Zoom to need the same level of tech support that we see with Teams. I mean, obviously, there may be some issues, but for example, if it goes down or something. But I think one of the issues we're having with Teams is that our ETIS folks are so taxed because it doesn't do what we need it to do. And we know that Zoom has a lot of those features already. And then the last thing I just wanted to say on the breakout rooms, I think Joanne brought this up earlier, but since our conversation started, I've got a couple messages from teachers that, to Ed's point, that they need a minimum of 8 breakout rooms, which obviously Teams can't provide. And so we know that works for Zoom already. So I think just to kind of put a bow on that, I mean, I think these are all scenarios where, these are pretty solvable problems here if we do allow teachers to use a second option.
President?
Mr. Short.
Yeah, I just want to go back to our superintendent's comments. I do want to caution the board on she mentioned the three things: accessibility for so that we have credentialing, the three items that we talked about. If we want to hear from our IT staff, and we can second guess, credentialing or configuration, it's a little bit more than that. I've talked to a lot of ITS people. They banned it in some areas. Some have it somewhere. There's more than just configuration. There's coding issues and other things that's a lot more complex than that. We can sit here and try to second guess a few requirements for Microsoft Teams. These items that we're talking about is really a few items that the teachers need in different scenarios. One that I was proposing, which we should be discussing here soon, will solve this problem. The ones that need the extra breakouts and all that is English language learners. It's our special education kids. It's all the ones that this new law allows us to apply to look at the 14 cohorts and do what we do. If we can start focusing on getting our kids back in the classrooms and eliminating some of these requirements that we really don't need to worry about and wait for Microsoft, then we solve the problem. We need to be problem solving. So I really want to hear from ITS staff. I want to hear from our experts on how to go about that. And then the board continues to work on policies that might help eliminate that and also provide resources where definitely the IT staff is overtaxed. I mean, as I can say, we don't know if it's Microsoft Teams having the problem in a lot of these tickets. It could be connectivity, it can be lack of hotspots, it can be a lot of things. We don't have that breakdown, a drill down of all that data yet. So ITS would know that the best if we can throw some more resources to get that information for us so that, as the superintendent suggested, that we can make a better decision next time. Right now, we're just second guessing all this stuff. We know we have problems. Let's address those problems as fast as possible with every possible solution there is to solve the problem. So I really would like to go with the superintendent's suggestion and having a multi-platform. We already heard it from our IT staff. It just taxes them more. We're accepting ourselves to security issues. And just like our president said, we know we're going to get bombed some way or another. The Fresno district got it, and I just don't want to see a vision of, I've heard from other school districts, parents, they got bombed and there was some really inappropriate information there and their kids were traumatized by it that you just can't take away once it's there. So I encourage the board to really follow the superintendent's recommendation.
So this is what I'm kind of hearing, is that maybe we wait on a report from ETIS before we move forward, making the decision, and then waiting again until...
Right. And throw more resources at IT to help them.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think they need to be supported too, ETIS, but are we now pressing, pressing pause for a couple of weeks to get a report from ETIS to see?
As the superintendent, let Sarah talk about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend we wait any longer, but I would like to give the floor to Pam Oyen and David Stone to be able to weigh in on some of these discussions if we're looking at a choice of two platforms. And what percentage of the, I know we're still going to have tickets and work order requests because we're using multiple devices to teach these days, and it's some are Teams related, but some are not. So, Pam, right. Please, I'd like to hear from you too.
Well, let's hear from them.
Sarah, go ahead, David. No, go ahead.
So I'll go first. So I mean, I'm an engineer, so I don't know the education part. That's why I have Pam. But if we are going to go with Zoom, I do not recommend going with the free version. We need to go with the paid version. So there are some security measures we can take where we can have our kids authenticate. It's not the best. There's solutions that's called LDAP, where we can tie the students into Active Directory. You have what's called the ADFS, which is Federation Services, where we can use single sign-on to have those kids use their Google accounts to try to log in to Teams. Is it as secure as Teams? Probably not, but it does prevent a student logging in without credentials and changing their name, right? So that's the issue. Even with the lobby, Mr. Hoover has made some good points with the lobby, and Teams does have a lobby feature. But even with the lobby, the issue with Zoom is teachers send out links or they post links. And all it takes is for anybody to send that link out to a friend, to a family member, it doesn't matter. So if you're not using a name, anybody can get into that lobby. And sometimes the teacher doesn't know, because you could use David Stone and she doesn't realize that. And then she's letting somebody in, right? And you know, they're being bombed. So I think there is a way where we can at least use, like I said, ADFS, LDAP, so we can have the kids authenticate. So, but I do not recommend a free version. I mean, if we're going to give our teachers Zoom, we need to give them a paid version with as much security as possible. So that's from an engineer standpoint. So I hope that helped answer any questions. And Pam, you can talk about it from an education side.
I 100% agree with David. We could not in good conscience offer our teachers anything that's not supported. Even, you know, with stretched bandwidth, neither David or I could do that. So we need to offer them, if we're going to offer multiple platforms, we need to offer them supported versions on both. And so we need to make sure that we have whatever is the best we can offer in terms of both platforms. And so we need to definitely make sure that if we are going to offer 2 platforms and Zoom is going to be one, we need to have the paid version so we can offer them the best version of the platform.
Can I ask a question of Pam?
Sure.
Or actually either one, but what was the situation in the spring? Obviously, it was a terrible, different situation, but we obviously were using Zoom. Was ETIS helping teachers with Zoom? And if so, what was the experience like? And obviously we can do better, I'm sure, but just curious, like how it went in the spring.
We had... Go ahead, David.
I mean, I was on the front line helping our technicians actually answer help desk calls from teachers, from parents. And a lot of it was connectivity issues. A lot of it were some of the same issues we're talking about Zoom, where kids were getting dropped off, teachers were getting dropped off. It was some of the same issues. So, I mean, at that time, we didn't have hotspots available for students, so I don't know what they were using. There are a lot of parents that I helped, a couple of parents with, they were using their phones. So, I mean, it could have been a lot of things, but like I said, we had some of the same issues last year.
But were people using the free version, or I mean, what was?
Yes. They were using the free version, unless they paid for an account. But most of the calls I got, teachers were using the free version because, I mean, they were trying to be resourceful and they were doing what they needed to do. So,
okay, got it. Thank you.
And in terms of multiple platforms, we had teachers choose Zoom, but we also had teachers choose to use conferences within Schoology, and we had teachers who chose not to do video conferences because they were not comfortable.
Thank you.
Question for the as far as the attendance factor, can we make that integration between Microsoft Teams? As I'm reading on this article here, along with PowerSchool, can that work, or is that the attendance factor is going to be a big decision maker?
That was the point I was going to bring up, because what requirements we have now per SB 98 were not in place in the spring. So there are more accountability pieces for that engagement and daily live interaction. So I don't know the functionality behind the scenes on Zoom for taking attendance. Can Pam or David respond to that, please?
I don't believe it has a download attendance as Teams does. I'm not 100% sure what might be brand new in Zoom in terms of attendance. We're going to have to find out.
So doesn't that put the responsibility back on the teacher just to report to PowerSchool for the attendance then if they use Zoom? Or does it?
The responsibility still is that the teacher still has to report attendance in PowerSchool. Teams just has a way for them to download a spreadsheet, and we would have to see what was available in Zoom that might help.
But there could possibly be something in Zoom that could help that, right? Possibly.
I don't know. We're gonna have to look and see in the paid version what options are there.
I'm kind of hearing a consensus that we want to find a way to make both platforms work. So if we could stay focused on that for now, that might be at least towards a decision.
Yes.
Yeah, but I just don't lose sight on improving Microsoft's team at the full board.
No,
and I think it's also important that we give IETS more support as soon as the superintendent can figure out a way to resolve a lot of these connectivity issues. And it sounds like there's apps being loaded on Chromebook. There's there's a whole variety. And when it comes to IT support, it's a massive amount to do it for 20,000 computers plus 1,000. I mean, it's huge. So we really need to support our ITS right now and try to get that resolved as we're trying to solve these other problems.
So would it be feasible to allow the option, and then when Microsoft Teams is ready for prime time, bring it back and evaluate how the option is working, or whether we want to go back to support the original one platform as the ideal?
Well, what I'm hearing is that Microsoft Teams is just a few requirements away from what teachers want. I mean, you can count them on your hand, and yeah, Microsoft's promising sometime in September for the channels. But what I was saying before, we should be discussing bringing kids back to classroom, the 14 cohorts where those extra channels are needed. We can solve that problem, and that becomes less of a burden on our teachers that do need those type of requirements. We just eliminate the problem. That's what I'm proposing, to be a multi-pronged approach to all the problems.
So I think we all want to work towards getting the kids back to school and expecting staff to be working towards that. But if
the
we
new
don't
law,
have the ability,
the new law, it says we can do that. We just need to put the county health on the 14 and the cohorts now. We should be discussing that now.
So I think, but we need to solve the issue of the platform.
President Clark, I was wondering, before a motion is put forward, might we want to poll the board on various options just to get a feel for where the board members are currently and see how close we can get to a consensus on what items?
Sure. We can make that poll right now if you like.
So I think one of the most important things is we can't keep stalling the breakout rooms. They
Right.
need those breakout rooms, and we also can't keep waiting on the ability for the teachers to chat with their students, and the kids have to be able to see each other. So those three things are very important. When those three things are available in Teams, maybe we can revisit it. But in the meantime, I think we need that functionality. And if they say September, it could be the end of September.
Exactly.
And that's a whole month. And when you look at, I'm going to use a specific school. You look at Vista, half their school year's over at the end of September for the most part. So they need the opportunity to have all the tools that they could possibly use at this time. So I'm inclined, we got to find a way to provide options.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
can I ask for clarification? What's the difference between unsupported and supported? I'm a little confused on that.
The supported, we would be supported by ETIS if we went with the Zoom platform. If we were unsupported, we would not have any support from our ETIS.
Okay, so teachers would be on their own, but they would be able to choose still as to what they want. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think just in terms of the poll, I mean, I would definitely say I would prefer a supported Zoom option. I understand that's taxing, and so I would accept an unsupported, but I do think if we are able to, as Mr. Short said, this is temporary. I mean, we definitely should be working on getting kids back into the classroom. But on the other hand, I also know that it's not just teachers of these small cohort, like high needs students that need breakout rooms. I mean, I'm hearing from high school teachers that use breakout rooms, right? So in large classes too. So I think, this is temporary. Hopefully we won't be paying for these systems for very long. But I think my first preference would be a supported Zoom option, hopefully with this additional level of security that ETIS is recommending, if that is an affordable or feasible option.
All right. I think we had everybody. What say you, Board Member Reed? I know you spoke on it briefly. Did you have any other comments?
Well, I think I would agree with Board Member Ranking that the functionality that she described is very important. And I would defer to the superintendent in her position that it be supported. So I'm I guess in consensus on those two items. I still would like to have it tied, the use tied to Microsoft Teams successfully launching similar functionality, and as well as it not impacting the average daily attendance. Because if all of a sudden they have fewer students in their class, then that tells me that the Zoom is not working for the majority of their students. So I guess I agree with both Board Member Hoover in having it supported, and I agree with Board Member Ranking in the key functionality that she described. But I would like to see conditions on it, because we just can't be maintaining two different systems indefinitely. And by the way, maybe Microsoft Teams doesn't come through. Maybe we're going back to the classroom at the same time that Microsoft Teams finally offers the same functionality, in which case all this is moot. But I do feel that having a couple of conditions on the consensus items that have been brought up is somewhat important to me.
All right. I happen to agree with Ms. Ranking and Mr. Reed, as well as Mr. Hoover. Maybe we need to craft up a motion that everybody can agree on that. I think a motion is needed right now.
David's really good at that.
Yeah, President, I think what I'm hearing here is we're going to have, what I'm hearing from Mr. Reed and everybody, that we want to have a multiple platform supported that meets the superintendent's and ETIS's requirements for security and attendance. And simultaneously, as we're integrating with MEMIS Team, as that article shows, as best as we possible, but move forward with also supporting ETIS with the support staff, so they don't get overtaxed while they're doing this. Because as soon as we implement this multi-platform, there's going to be a whole more tickets, and they're going to be more behind, and you're going to get a lot more frustration, and we're going to get a lot more emails and complaints. So we have to balance this along with what the ETIS and superintendent staff are able to operate under these conditions. We do need to provide these tools for our teachers, so we do need to have all that happen simultaneously, and that takes resources and time. So that would be the motion, was to do it that way. As Mr. Reed said, this is a temporary situation. If Microsoft Teams does come and gets it fixed, then we can phase out Zoom and everybody's happy. Well, not everybody, but you'll get the majority of them happy. Sure. We can do it that way. If Microsoft Teams never gets it done, then maybe we go the other way. But hopefully we're not going to be doing this very much longer, and we're getting kids back as fast as possible. We're going to be looking at helping those kids that do need the breakouts with our special education and that here soon, get them back safe. So all this is just transitional. So that would be the motion that I hear collectively that I think everybody can get behind. Am I okay with that?
I see the wheels turning here, so.
Yeah, so like I said, we're going to have to craft up a motion here, and
maybe our superintendent can explain because really we do need to get it.
Well, I know Mr. Reed is really good at this. Yeah, he's really good at it. So I would defer to him to. I'll entertain the motion if Mr. Reed wants to provide it.
Well, I want to read a motion, so it's not a motion yet, but I'd like to read it to see if folks would agree to this language.
For the record, yes, please read the motion before we move forward.
So it would be a motion to allow a supported option for teachers to use Zoom until Microsoft Teams successfully launches the expected updates, as long as the average daily attendance does not decrease.
Could you add the part about the requirements that Superintendent said, the 3 items? I guess that does include that. Yeah, attendance.
The part I would add to that, in addition to monitoring the attendance, is also entertaining a proposal from our ETIS staff for whatever short-term and long-term staffing needs they may need to be able to support whatever platform or whatever the technology challenges, because deciding on one or the other platform doesn't solve all the problems on the need for technology support. And I think it's just multiplying the need for it. So I would like the motion to include that we could bring back to the next meeting on additional support for ETIS after I've had a chance to dialogue with them.
That's where cause and effects reversed by technology.
I would also add, I'm not sure we need to say until Microsoft Teams is fixed, because I think the reality is we're going to know that in about a month and we can reassess that as a board. I don't know if it needs to be in the motion. I mean, I think that the key part of the motion is we want to provide teachers with a supported and secure Zoom option.
Yeah, I think that needs to be stricken from that motion on.
I don't feel comfortable with that. I like Mr. Reed's original motion. It's like I said, why were we changing horses in midstream? We don't want to be having multi-platform and flip-flopping if it's not needed.
I just saying the future of Teams is undefined, so that's the only reason I'm suggesting that. I mean,
well, no, it's a what if, and that's a trigger. It's a
be careful with the what ifs. Okay, so what is the actual motion? I know that Mr. Reed read through it. Sounded good to me. What's the consensus of the board?
I also, do you want me to read it again, but with a language to address the superintendent?
Yes.
All right. And we can continue to edit it. A motion to allow a supported option for teachers to use Zoom until Microsoft Teams successfully launches the expected updates, as long as the average daily attendance does not decrease, and also entertain staffing needs from ETIS to support both platforms.
I like that.
I like it too.
I would just add the paid version of Zoom, that we would support it with ETIS staff, but that we would get the paid version, because I want all of our students to have that level of security.
And allow a supported paid option. Or paid, is that right?
Well, my other question, I guess that's up to the superintendent to resource ETIS because it's going to be more work. So I guess we'll just empower the superintendent to resource it accordingly.
And she said she will bring back information at the next meeting about what ETIS.
Okay. Yeah, because that's a lot of work. Yeah.
And I think it's obvious that the board wants to support them with staffing if they need it.
Okay. If that's the motion, I'll second that.
Is that the motion as read, Mr. Reed?
Sure.
Shall we read it one more time? In the record.
All right, and I think I got the supported paid. Now let's see if it's grammatically correct.
Okay.
So it's a motion to allow a supported paid version as an option for teachers to use Zoom until Microsoft Teams successfully launches the expected updates, as long as the average daily attendance does not decrease, and also entertain staffing needs from ETIS to support both platforms.
I'll second that.
Perfect.
Before we vote, I just want to add a comment. I'm not adding anything to the motion. Don't worry. But I would say that before we get rid of this option, I think the board should have a conversation about that.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That might change the whole situation down the road. We don't know or not.
Yeah. That would be the only thing I would ask.
No, I agree. All right, moved by Mr. Reed, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Short,
Aye.
Board Member Reed,
Aye.
Board Member Hoover,
Aye.
Board Member Ranking,
Aye.
Board Member Gallant,
Aye.
motion carries.
Mr. Clark, can I put in a request? Mr. Reed, would you mind emailing me that motion?
Yeah, I have to like chicken scratch, but yes.
Thank
Yes.
Attorney style.
There you go. All right.
I'd like to compliment the board on finding a compromise to reach a 5-0 vote.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Very good.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to item 11C, approved memorandum of understanding.
No, Mr. Clark, 11B.
I'm sorry. 11B, adopt resolution number 8/27/2002, intent to grant an easement to Sacramento Municipal Utilities District at the Education Service Center. Please keep in mind that was a public hearing.
So since it was a public hearing and we had our questions were answered, I'll make a motion to move it.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent.
Yes, Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Short,
Aye.
Board Member Reed,
Aye.
Board Member Hoover,
Aye.
Board Member Ranking,
Aye.
Board Member Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. That was quick and easy. We are going to item 11C, approved memorandum of understanding, MOU for childcare partnerships with multiple agencies. Superintendent.
Yes, thank you. This is our first step in making a recommendation for providing childcare for our essential employees, for their children. We are looking at providing childcare in phases, in 3 phases, and Ms. Crawford is going to share a presentation. And since we put this recommendation in here, we've been working with our city partners for several weeks, and I want to thank them and let you know how hard we are all trying to come up with solutions that can provide childcare to our essential employees and our most at-risk students. But in the meantime, California Department of Public Health this last week gave us additional guidance to start bringing back students in specialized small cohorts of no more than 14 onto our campuses, following safety protocols and considering that with childcare and some of our other special populations. So with that, we have new information, and Ms. Crawford will share that in the presentation. Ms. Crawford.
Thank you and good evening. Ms. Elena Cabrera is also going to help me with some of these slides. So tonight we just want to, as Dr. Clegan said, provide you with the latest updates that we've heard this week on childcare. With the newest guidance that we have received, we would like to present a phased approach to offering childcare, which we'll go through here. Starting with staff safety though, we want to emphasize that this is our top priority as we are looking at offering childcare. We've talked a couple of board meetings regarding a written worksite specific plan that we have developed. It is in place at each and every site. And basically the goal of that plan and the goal of all that we are working towards is to bring everyone back to work safely. The worksite plan has been developed with guidance from public health, local and state agencies, CDC, OSHA. It will become part of our IIPP plan. We are continuing to evaluate the procedures for safety and consistency, and we will provide continual updates to staff. Part of that plan includes compliance tools, measures to take to minimize exposure, symptom screening, encouraging hand washing and use of hand sanitizer, protocols for cleaning and disinfecting, and then postings and displays to remind everybody about wearing proper face coverings, staying within the social distancing protocols, and directional signage. So on August 25th, the California Department of Public Health issued guidance related to cohorts, which set minimum health and safety guidelines across multiple sectors, serving youth, including childcare. The guidance applies to schools who cannot reopen for in-person instruction pursuant to the July 17th framework that also came from CDPH. So that guidance provides an appropriate cohort size and staffing considerations for in-person child supervision and how to understand and implement the required health and safety practices. The first part is the cohort setting, and we've talked a little bit about that tonight. What it requires is that there's no more than 14 children in a cohort, and it is limited to 2 supervising adults per cohort. So it is a 14-to-2 ratio model. Those cohorts can be divided into smaller groups, but we still will maintain that 14-to-2 ratio. We will be looking at cohorts depending on the size of the school, the size of the facility, what our actual capacity is as we look at bringing childcare back to our sites. Another piece of the cohort setting guidance is the cohort should not be mixed or there should be no interaction between the two. And those cohorts should stay together the entire time. And that is for both staff and for students. There are some pieces on the guidance related to specialized services. That is a separate discussion that we will have that's separate from the childcare discussion that we're having tonight. But that is language that is in the guidance. The staffing considerations, some of these overlap. It has to do with the supervising adults, along with the students staying in one cohort. The adults would also stay in that same cohort along with any substitutes that are required. The language still emphasizes the social distancing protocols, the wearing of face coverings. They do recommend if at all possible to have outdoor activities or use large rooms, which a lot of our student cares actually have. The guidance does continue to recommend the same things that we have in our written worksite plan. So those are still in coordination. The guidance that we just received this week does not change anything that we have received previously from the CDC with their guidance for childcare programs. All are still in effect. It's just the recent guidance kind of goes hand in hand with that. The goal of the CDC guidance was to serve parents who are essential critical infrastructure workers and to support the need for childcare for families. The guidance is very similar to what we are seeing from CDPH in terms of all of the social distancing protocols, the cleaning and disinfecting, drop-off and pickups, screening, symptom checkings, and again, wearing those face coverings. It also prioritizes childcare for our low income, our homeless, our foster students, more of our at-risk students, and those will be our priority for childcare. So I'm going to have Elena Cabrera go over the phases that we're looking at.
Is Elena on mute?
Elena, we can't hear you.
Elena, are you there?
She's here, Mr. Clark, but she's having audio issues.
Is she still having audio issues, Martha?
Yes, she's unmuted, but for some reason we can't hear her. You might have to continue.
Yeah, I can go.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll go through the slides, and then if we can, if she can get her mute button to work, then she can jump in if I've missed anything.
Or maybe she needs to call in.
Oh, okay. So with the new guidance, we are looking at a phased approach. So starting with phase 1, we are looking at utilizing our existing student care facilities. And our first thought would be to identify one campus in Folsom and one in Rancho Cordova. These sites have current student care facilities. We have identified 4 possible sites in Folsom and 4 in Rancho Cordova. These sites on both sides of the district already have 2 student care rooms in place. Programs are
Chili's
already
number?
available,
She
so
can
they
help you.
are
Hey,
set up.
Alina. Hi, do you have Chili's number?
Oh, Martha.
Sorry about that.
You.
Martha.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. All right. Go ahead, Rhonda.
On the Rancho Cordova sites, the Mather Heights location would probably not be one of our top priority. And that is mainly because of the location. The distance may be a little further from some parents to get to, but it would still be a site for maybe a second or third site as we open up. So within phase 1, we are looking at a possible start after Labor Day. Our hours would continue to be the same as we operate now from 7:30 to 3:30. We would have the synchronous learning via distance learning. It would follow a similar schedule to what we have in place now with our student care and our ACES programs. Following that guidance, we would have that 14 students per classroom setting. That ratio would be in place. We will continue to operate our half-day program with an option to have a full-day program. That option will be available for families to choose from. We have revised our current sliding fee scale, and that would be, we've adjusted it to accommodate a full-day program, so we would have that. There's also some provisions in there for income eligible and multiple children. There's a possible discount available for that. And then we would coordinate with food services for our lunch and possible breakfast programs. Phase 2 would actually be the partnerships that we've been working with our partners in both communities. Elena and Matt have visited many sites to identify which ones would be possible for us to be able to use. So the facilities that we've identified, and we have several MOUs attached to this agenda item. We have 3 in Rancho and 1 in Folsom. I do want to point out that the City of Folsom Brighton School, that has been withdrawn per City of Folsom request. So we will not be considering that. But we have been having discussions with the Oak Hills Church, and we have finalized terms with them. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to get the MOU on this agenda, but they would be the next MOU that we would enter into. On the Rancho Cordova side, we have the American River Grange, the Cordova Neighborhood Church, and the Cordova Church of Christ. We currently have about 75 staff members that are available to provide childcare. That is between our student care staff and our ACES staff. The MOUs have the shared responsibilities on both sides. In earlier surveys, we had identified about 200 staff, both certificated and classified, who indicated a need for childcare in order to return to work. We would have to verify those numbers and see if those folks are still interested. And then our ACES and our student care staff would be contacting our staff, contacting employees, assessing the needs, and then working with those partnerships. We are still implementing all of our safety protocols. Our worksite safety plan would still be in place. We would have a couple of additional safety protocols in terms of we have like a to-go bag with thermometers for all of our team leaders. We have bag supplies that we can easily disinfect. Again, with the outside facilities, we would still have those same program options, and we would have a similar sliding fee scale. So phase 3 would actually be determined sometime in the future. We're not sure when that would start. A lot of it will be pending on county directions and guidance. We are hoping to return to schools hopefully sooner rather than later. We could look at opening additional school sites in addition to the total of 8 that we have identified earlier. And again, with those same program options, the full day and the half day. So for tonight, what we are thinking of is for the phase 1, we would like to get direction from the board to plan for operating the small cohorts of 14 or less, returning to select sites after Labor Day. The phase 2 approach would be the MOUs that we actually have on the agenda item for tonight. We'd ask for approval of the 3 MOUs for the 2 churches and the American River Grange and Rancho Cordova, and then approval to move forward with the MOU with Oak Hills Church. And then on phase 3, that would just be following with phase 1, just to have additional sites that could be added based on future guidance from the different agencies. So that's all we have tonight.
Perfect. Any questions from the board?
Got a few questions, Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover.
So thanks for this great presentation. I guess the first question I had is, would it be possible to craft this motion tonight to also include high needs kids, or do we need to, similar to the order that came out this week, or do we need to wait on that until a future meeting?
I would recommend we wait on that until the next meeting. We're trying to start on a small scale. And again, the staff that would be returning right now would be our student care and ACES staff. So I would rather start small and do it right and make sure we've got all these precautions in place. And then our next priority would be to bring that recommendation back, hopefully at the next meeting if we can.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fantastic. My second question is, would using our campuses at all interfere with the potential return to the classroom when the time comes? So for example, if we do like a hybrid / virtual academy and some of our teachers still need childcare, is that going to create an issue?
Okay. I think because of the spaces we're looking at using, which are the student care buildings, which are typically, we're not looking at using classrooms at this time. The traditional classrooms for classroom instruction, we're isolating it to our student care buildings. And I hear Elena's voice, so maybe she can respond to how many student care in schools we have. We have quite a few.
Well, I just say that this is proof that whatever platform we're using, we're going to have a glitch. So thank you for your patience. And Rhonda, you did an excellent job in communicating. So the question that you asked, Mr. Hoover, it has to do with the buildings that we're using. And one of the things you'll notice is that we have student care at over 20 sites, but you only notice only a set number of schools identified. And that has to do with the physical distance, if you will, from the main office area of a school. And what we're trying to do is funnel our families that are going to participate in the program by entering on not through the main entrance, but a student care access. And so that's one of the precautions that we're going to begin with. And as Dr. Kalikian mentioned, we want to have a slow start to this so that we pace ourselves and make sure that all of the number one guidance protocols are followed, and two, that the safety of our staff and students is of utmost importance. And we really want to pay attention, very close attention to the adult to student ratio and making sure that there isn't any of the, the unnecessary exposure.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. That's appreciate the response. Last question would be, it's a little maybe beyond this discussion, but we're hearing a lot about upgrading filtration systems and filters and things like that. What is the current status of kind of that conversation in terms of is some of that needed to roll this out? Are we looking at doing that in our classrooms as well for the future? Just curious.
And Ms. Crawford, do you want to respond to the research we're doing on that and plans?
Matt can probably help me a little bit more, but yes, we are looking at different types of filters to use, because we do have units that will not accept certain filters. We are looking at that. We are looking at air purifying systems. There's global plasma systems. There's air scrubbers. I mean, there's lots of research that we're doing. We are just trying to find the best solution for all of our staff, all of our students, and making everything work with our existing systems.
Great. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Anyone else on the board with questions?
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
So the goal right now is to get one facility up and running in Rancho Cordova and one facility up and running in Folsom on the Tuesday after Labor Day. That's correct?
That is correct.
And those facilities would be the churches?
The facilities are our school site locations. So they would be, yes. And as we mentioned, school site locations with student care buildings.
When would the religious facilities be up and running if these MOUs are approved tonight?
And so that, in looking at phase 2, for us, it has to do with the capacity, the limits at the site. One student care classroom will only hold 14 students. So if we enroll a large number of families, we are going to need facilities. And so we do need the other facilities as we grow.
And I think part of what we're also needing to wait and see is what the demand is. If we are prioritizing our employees' children first, what is the demand? We know we have so many employees, and if our employees are in the student care and ACES program are typically part-time. So we would take 2 staff members per cohort of 14 students, plus another staff member to cover during the break. So once we see the needs, see the numbers, and work it to that formula, then we'll know to what degree we can expand to other student care facilities, either in Folsom Cordova or into the community facilities if we want to expand services to other essential employees within the community. But we thought we'd start small, start with our own employees' children first.
Yeah, I have been hearing from a handful of teachers that have children who are, in most cases, in elementary school, who really are struggling, and I do very much feel for them. So I definitely want to see the teachers be the first priority in getting their children placed. When would we expect I assume it's going to be an application or something like that. When will the form be available for the teachers to fill out?
Well, waiting for your approval first will be step number 1, but step number 2 could begin as early as tomorrow. And getting out, we have some surveys. We're working with Miss Angela Griffin in her office and putting together some surveys of our employees, which of course includes teachers, but it also includes our other staff, classified staff such as custodians or other staff that have to physically be present and need childcare for their children. So the second phase would be to put that information out there, and we'll begin enrolling families. And as Dr. Kaligian said, we're going to work with 14 students, and as soon as we need another room and fill it up, and we'll just keep, like I said, go one class at a time and grow as the demand comes.
All right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the sooner the better. I think, though, realistically, the Tuesday after Labor Day is probably as quick as we can get it turned around. I mean, I would love for us to be able to turn it around for next week, but I suspect that that's probably not realistic. The only other thing I'd want to point out, and I did send the superintendent an email on this, I think the language in the MOUs need to be tweaked. The language reads, and this is just an example, when it's referring to the grade levels, it's currently written as a student in the grade between K, in this example, K through 8. In the grade in between K through, or between K through 8. So what that actually means is first grade through seventh grade by using the word between. I think we don't want it worded that way. I think the intent was children kindergarten through eighth grade and including eighth grade. So, and that error, or I guess a typo, appears in all the MOUs. If that's in fact the intent, maybe we were, or the staff was intending to exclude kindergarten and eighth grade, but I don't think that was the case.
We're not intending to exclude kindergartners. I will tell you that the program is for school-age children, so kindergarten through eighth grade is primarily who we serve, and in fact, it's mostly kinder through fifth grade.
Yeah. So I think we just need to get that sentence clarified in the MOUs. But other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I will take it out to the public. Any hands raised?
No, Mr. Clark.
All right, bring it back to the board for final comments.
I'll move the MOUs.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Reed. Superintendent.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
thank you. Board Member Short,
Aye.
Board Member Reed,
Aye.
Board Member Hoover,
Aye.
Board Member Rankin,
Aye.
Student Member Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll need to do a item 12A, first read, discussion item, revision to board bylaws, exhibit 9270, conflict of interest. Superintendent?
Yes, this item is coming to the board more as a routine item in order for certain positions for our board bylaw that need to fill out a Form 700, which is a conflict of interest form. Right. We have to identify by position and make sure it's current for those designated positions in our category 2. So we did make some changes with staffing as we didn't fill some positions at the end of this last year. And then we restructured our technology department with the 2 positions you see. So the 2 additions would be our education technology coordinator, which is Pam Oyen, and then network information technology manager, which is David Stone. And this would come back for action at the next meeting.
That's fine with me. Were there any other questions or comments from the board on that? Hearing none, I guess we will see it back at a future board meeting. With that, item 13, reports to the Board of Education. Superintendent?
I don't have any formal reports, but I would like to just say in our second week of school, I know our teachers and our support staff have done an amazing job with making those connections with students, even beyond the challenges we've had with technology. And I've seen it in some of the SEL, social emotional learning lessons that our teachers have been doing, and also with the outreach from our link crews and our web group to our students, and still making sure that they have a way to feel like they belong. And I think I attribute that to the support of all of our staff and for our technology team and our classified and our administrators in implementing what we focused on in our charge session, the 3 R's, which is relationships. Building those relationships are key. Routines, which is what our staff are doing right now, what our students are doing in our second week of school, and resilience. And I commend all of our staff for that implementation to continue on in this direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Student Board Member Gallant.
No comments. I would just like to thank everyone for their hard work, and I'm excited to see what the future brings. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Ranking.
My only comment is I want to thank the ETIS department and Pam and David for all their hard work as we navigated through this process. I think we made your jobs a little harder this evening, but I think it's the best thing to do to support our teachers and families. And I look forward to hearing about how we can help your department. So thank you.
Board Member Hoover.
I will try to be quick tonight. I do have a few things I want to bring up. First, I want to thank the board for the work tonight. I think, the child care moving forward is a fantastic thing, and that option for our teachers on the platform that they use is great as well. So thank you. Thanks to the staff and the teachers and the families as we're all trying to figure this thing out together. I did want to ask that if it would be possible, if there's consensus on this, I don't know, but if we could start doing our closed session meetings starting at 4:30. I do know that that's hard. It's actually hard for me personally from a work perspective, but I do think it's important because we did get such a late start tonight. So I would love to do that moving forward, at least during the pandemic, as we have all these issues. If possible, if there's consensus on that. Worst case scenario, we've got a few minutes to stretch before the meeting starts or something. The second thing is, I mentioned this to Curtis earlier, but would love to see those engagement statistics as soon as we have them. I know that's in the works, so I appreciate that. Another thing that I know is coming, but I just want to remind is just kind of this CARES dollar discussion. I really want to see more details on that at a future meeting and have a discussion on that. I know that the board probably has to approve those dollars anyway, but I just, want to see, even get an update on where that's going or when we can expect, to be discussing that next time. And then finally, I did want to bring up a few agenda item requests for our future meetings, 3 in particular. I think tonight we heard from a lot of teachers and families, distance learning is far from optimal. I know we're all struggling with it in a lot of ways. And in light of all the in-person developments in recent days, I really would like to put a few things on the agenda moving forward. The first would be a discussion action item on a plan to immediately approve an in-person learning option for special needs students and English language learners, as Mr. Short discussed tonight. This stems from the new CDPH guidelines that came out this week to allow for those small cohorts of high need students. I know the board has really already approved the general direction of this. So I would love to see an action item on that, if possible, at our next meeting, given that we've already kind of voted on that in the past. The second item is that I would like to have a discussion item on the feasibility of applying for an elementary school waiver through the Sacramento County Public Health Department. I know that we've had some discussions about this, but I think that now that the application is out and the Department of Public Health is stating a timeline for when they'll be reviewing these, I would like to have at least a discussion about the process and maybe an opinion from Dr. Casserier or the health department on whether or not our district would even meet those health criteria. We've had a dozen public schools in the state so far be approved for this, but unfortunately 90% of the schools that are getting approved are private schools for obvious reasons, but I think that it's definitely something we need to be exploring to make sure that we're not contributing to that achievement gap or those persisting inequities. I would love to have that as a discussion item. And then the final thing, the number 3rd thing, is I would really love a discussion item on the development of a strategic plan for returning to the classroom once our county is taken off the state's COVID-19 watch list and remains off the list for 14 days, which is, as everyone knows, is the requirement that the governor has put in place for reopening schools. I think we need to be ready. And I understand that there's a lot of topics involved in this, which is all the more reason that I think we need to at least have a discussion about a preliminary plan and what is the process, what is going into that plan as soon as possible. I would really appreciate that at our next meeting if possible. I know that's a lot of work for staff, but I want to be ready when we're given the green light. And that's all I have for tonight. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hoover. I will talk with the superintendent and we'll see if we can accommodate that and get that on the next agenda moving forward. I know that would take a lot of work from staff, if not the next agenda, but perhaps the agenda after that, but we'll try to make it work there. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. I'll just start by saying I echo and support Board Member Hoover's request to have a 4:30 start on a closed session. As well, I'm supportive of his 3 proposals for future agenda items. So I just wanted to mention that. One of the things that I wanted to chat about just briefly is, I've gotten a number of emails in the last, in this case, in the last week, and I've exchanged emails back and forth with a couple of or spoken to a couple of teachers as well as principals, and the one common, well, there's several common themes, but the one common theme that really stood out to me was the feeling that they're not being listened to, or and radio silence, I guess was one of the terms they used. That they just don't feel that there has been sufficient communication from the administrative staff to both the teachers and the principals. And I mean, I can understand how perhaps that happened. I mean, it was a little bit of a hectic start, and I'm sure it was not intentional. I'm sure everybody was just up to their necks working on what they needed to work on. But I just wanted to just simply highlight it. I'm sure it will be self-corrected, but I did notice that common theme, and just wanted to raise that. Let's see. I do have, well, I guess it's a question, but I'm not looking for an answer right now. But I wanted to throw this out. We are approaching flu season, and I'm just wondering if we could think outside the box here with flu season. In particular, I'm wondering, is it possible for the school district to partner with local healthcare providers to offer free flu clinic shots, and basically bring the flu shots to our community for those who want it. I mean, obviously there may be some who choose not to get a flu shot. But we will have a vaccine for the flu season, and it would be nice if we could do something to ensure as many students, as many teachers that want to be vaccinated can be vaccinated. Even if it's a roving flu clinic at each school that provides the shots. And I would be fine if the CARE Act money could be used for that. I wouldn't have any concern. I think that if we do get back into a hybrid or some version of in-person instruction, it's going to be important that with the COVID and the flu season overlapping, that we can, at least to the degree we can, rule out flu, or at least to a certain degree. So anyway, that's just an idea I wanted to throw out. Maybe staff could look into that and see if it's even feasible. And then my final one is, and it's completely off topic from tonight, so maybe that's refreshing, maybe it's not, is the address of Sutter Middle School. When Sutter Middle School, or the former Folsom High School, was built, it clearly had fronted Riley Street. That was the main entrance to the facility. But over the years, the facility has evolved. I mean, it dates back to 1928, I believe, there. And especially with the 2019 campus redesign and the main parking lot now being accessed off of East Bidwell and the administrative office being based off of East Bidwell. If someone were to, Google, how do I get to Sutter Middle School? It's going to be taking them to a location we don't want them accessing the school from. So I'm wondering if it might be possible for staff to chat with the city of Folsom. Maybe actually we have a 2x2 coming up. Maybe that could be added to the 2x2 agenda item as to the feasibility of changing the address of Sutter Middle School from Riley Street to East Bidwell Street. So that's all I have. I just want to, just thank everybody. When I say everybody, I mean literally everybody, from the superintendent and her staff to teachers and to support staff and to the board, to the parents, to the students, literally everybody. I'm sure I forgot somebody. So literally everybody, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your frustrations, sharing them. I mean, I think it's important that the board hear it. We knew this was going to be a challenging year, and so far it's lived up to its billing. But again, I'm very confident we're going to get through this, and in the long run, maybe we'll even be stronger for it. So that's all my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Short.
I just want to thank all the staff and all the work they've done with the town hall meetings, the surveys, all the parents, teachers, administration, everybody that gives all the feedback. It's really was, I think, a good process. And the board tonight actually deliberating and making, decisions that it would be win-win. And we hopefully that will continue to provide that service and leadership that makes us all better. So I'm really proud that we have a great district. We got great staff. We really care about everybody. We have, especially our kids. I mean, we know that this distance learning is not the best for our kids. It never will be. And we need to get our kids back in school as soon as possible. So I do want to echo what Mr. Reed and Hoover are saying, that, like I was saying earlier, we can maybe, three-prong effect is I think the long-term transition plan that we need to start talking about. But right now, I mean, immediately what we just talking about, that 14 cohort for our kids at risk, and we can do that by the next meeting. That would be great, and we could start figuring out a plan how to get those kids as quickly as possible in a safe manner, so that we can start chipping away and getting things. These kids back in the sites that our teachers can do it, being more effective. I know there's a lot to do. I do not support the 4:30 meeting. I work way out of town, so 5 o'clock works fine for me. Sorry, Mr. Hoover, but 5 o'clock is fine. But I think we need to continue to work as a team. I know our teachers are our greatest assets, or they're ones that we should listen to, and we also should, as we did tonight, balance decisions and operations. And I think tonight we're gonna have some good solutions here really closely. So I'm really proud, and I'm really honored to be part of this district, and I want to thank everybody. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Student Board Member Gallant.
No comments, just thank you.
You're welcome. I won't, I'll try to make mine really, really quick. I had the opportunity to actually get out and visit Riverview STEM and Cordova Gardens and Cordova and Mills, and just to pop in on the classroom and visit with the teachers and just see what this whole distance learning thing was about. And how the students were interacting. And I tell you, I really enjoyed it. And I look forward to getting out to visit more schools next week. Probably make a trek up to Folsom and visit a few Folsom schools. So teachers, if you're out there, I would welcome the invitation to pop in, just to sit down and chat with you, of course, adhering to social distancing and masking and all that. So I look forward to getting out and just continuing to hear your thoughts and your comments on everything. I wanted to address an email, and this is actually towards our student board member, Gallant. And if people know my personality, was kind of outgoing and happy. And, I usually will use terms of endearment, like my boys out in Cordova. I usually call them a certain name. I won't repeat it, but it's all out of love, and they know that. But I made the comment of kiddo, and I got an email from somebody who thought that was demeaning. For people who know me, and there's people probably listening or watching this right now who know me, I've always used the word kiddo. I've used it when I was working for the city of Stockton, but I wanted to just make this public and apologize to board member Gallant if I offended you, or what was it, demeaned you in any way. So I will make a public apology to you on that. I guess I'll just have to be more cognizant of the words that I use. So please accept my apology. With that being said, I wanted to make a special dedication of this meeting to my father, who turned 80 today. My plans were to go out back home to Mississippi and spend time with him. But, I talked to him, and he understood that, I have things to do here. So, Pops, this is for you. I dedicate this meeting to you. And with that being said, meeting adjourned.